One of the major pieces of the Athletics youth movement takes the hill tonight here in Seattle. Jarrell Cotton was acquired at the trade deadline from the Dodgers and made his debut in early September. Cotton has been nothing but sensational in all 4 of his starts. The 24-year-old is a big part of the future and will be a nice addition to an already young staff. Jarrell makes his last start of the season versus the Mariners, and it starts right now. It is game 3 of the series from Seattle, Washington. The Mariners are in a must-win situation, and it'll be up to Jarrell Cotton to try to get the A's a win in this series. Mariners have won the first 2 games. Game 3 coming up. It's the Athletics and the Mariners. You'll see it right here on CSN California. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's Baseball. Along with Ray Fossey, I'm Glenn Kuiper. We have enjoyed watching Jarrell Cotton pitch, even though it's a small sample size. Tonight, just his 5th start. And Ray, this may be his best challenge here because the Mariners have a very good lineup, and they are in a must-win situation, and they're playing in their home ballpark.
And, you know, he's got the complete package to be able to use whatever pitches he wants to, whatever situation might be. What we've seen in 4 starts has really been spectacular. He's got a tremendous changeup. He'll throw to righties and the lefties. His 12-6 curveball right over the top. He's got everything, regardless of the type of hitter. Left-hander, he got the changeup. Right-hander, he has a cut fastball. But I think the young man knows how to pitch, and he knows how to throw strikes. I think that's the biggest thing for a young pitcher.
One of the best stories for the A's this year has been the play of Ryan Healy, called up in the second half. Ray, what has impressed me the most is the fact that he is hot in the month of September. That's the month a lot of guys start to get tired, and their average goes down.
And you know what they say about the third-place hitter, it's usually your best hitter. Of course, Chris Davis with 41 home runs, but Ryan Healy is hitting third. He goes to opposite field, tremendous power. We saw a couple of doubles in Anaheim last night. The home run to right center field here. His defense, while he's still learning, how about that one between the legs? But he's working with Ron Washington, so he's covering a lot of ground, whether it's in the outfield, in foul territory at the Coliseum, or in this case, making a great play to prevent a run from advancing another base. But he is a complete package, so it's great to see young players come up and excel. For Ryan Healy, it's been happening in the second half of the season.
And a big game for the Mariners. They know that they have to win. They will send Hisashi Iwakuma to the mound. He will be looking for his 17th win of the year. Up next, we will check in with the guys in the A's pregame live studios, and then back to Seattle for game 3 of the series, A's and the Mariners.
Box. Taste the all-new Jack's Brewhouse Bacon Burger today at Jack in the Box. Limited time only at participating restaurants. By Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. And by America's Tire. Your low-price journey starts here.
We are in Seattle, Washington, Safeco Field. It's a revved-up crowd tonight. It's not a sellout, but it's a good-sized crowd, and they're rocking and rolling early on. So it should be a fun night of baseball here in Seattle. Game time weather presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open this weekend. Well, we're going to tell you that it's 61 degrees, just a light breeze. None of that matters because about 45 minutes ago, it started to rain a little bit, so they closed the roof. So the roof is closed. As we like to tell you, it's kind of like a carport here at Safeco Field. The field is covered, but you still get the elements, at least temperature-wise, from the outside, which is kind of nice. Here's the lineup tonight for the Athletics. Simeon will be in the leadoff spot, followed by Vogt, Healy, and Davis. Then Alonso, Valencia, Maxwell will DH, Eibner's in center, and Wendell at second.
And the right-hander Hisashi Iwakuma on the mound for the Mariners. While he does not throw hard, he will throw everything in the world to try to get outs. And he has done that pretty consistently against the A's. Perfect this year. 4-0 dating back to the last 5 decisions to last year. He's 5-0. So the A's not only trying to end their 5-game losing streak, but hey, pick up a win and have Iwakuma on the losing side to end his 5-game winning streak.
Aoki, Martin, and Smith in the outfield. Seager, Marte, Cano, and Lind on the infield. Zunino is your catcher. So he's got service, keeping everything the same from the first 2 games of the series, and why not? Pressure's on the Mariners. They've won the first 2 games of this series, and he's going to keep it the same. So Hisashi Iwakuma looking for his 17th win of the year. Steps on top of the rubber, and he kicks and deals the first pitch of the ball game to Marcus Semien, and it's pop foul back. So hour earlier tonight, 6:10 first pitch.
The winds are calm. Indoors, calm. Outdoors, rainy. This is very nice to have the carport cover the field.
And there's a base hit to left field. So Marcus Semien on the second pitch of the game. It's a hard ground ball into left.
As I mentioned, he does not throw hard, and that's why you just have to be patient and wait.
Umpires tonight, that's Marvin Hudson calling balls and strikes. Jim Joyce at first, Chad Fairchild at second, James Hoy at third, and the veteran Joyce is your crew chief. So Stephen Vogt steps up. Vogt doing the catching tonight. Bruce Maxwell will be the DH.
Hey, Bob Melvin trying to get guys in the lineup. When Vogt would be catching, as he is tonight. Chris Davis usually was doing the DHing, but he's in left field. So Bob Melvin getting another bat in the lineup, especially the way Maxwell has been swinging the bat.
Stephen Vogt, 250, 13 homers, 54 RBIs. For the A's in this series, just a total of 3 runs and 11 hits, only 2 hits last night. So the offense has been slowed down by the Mariners pitching staff. This one is belted high into the air in left center. Nori Aoki gets under it. He's got it. All right, so this is what's at stake for the Seattle Mariners. Updated wild card standings. That includes a Baltimore Orioles loss earlier today. Orioles lost to the Yankees 7-3. Blue Jays are currently playing. Tigers are currently playing. And there the Mariners sit just 1 game back of the second wild card spot. Now the Blue Jays and the Red Sox are tied 2-2, top of the 6th inning at Fenway Park. So we'll certainly keep a close eye on that one. And the Braves leading the Tigers 3-2 in the 7th inning. So if you're confused, it may not get a whole lot clearer after the games are finished tonight. And of course the Tigers Still with the possibility of having to play that game on Monday. And we shall see. But the Mariners still have a shot. Mariners would like to spoil it. I think the Mariners know they have to win both their games if they want any chance.
Well, I think from the A standpoint, they do want to be the spoilers, especially with so many young players. And that check swing called by the home plate umpire. No appeal to Jim Joyce at first.
Oh, 2 to Ryan Healy. Healy, a couple hits in the series, including a home run. Chris Davis to follow. And just 2 hits last night for the A's. 1 hit in the last 7 innings. So they're trying to get that offense going. One of those hits last night was Healy's home run.
I think the amazing thing with Ryan Healy to come up and start the second half where he was in the lineup hitting wise and where he is hitting now last weekend of the season, 3rd spot in the lineup, says a lot about the way he has produced since given the opportunity to play every day at third base. And that key every day is really important for a young player, not have to worry about anything.
There's a split finger, and that is a good pitch by Iwakuma. He gets ahead of you. He's going to use this pitch.
Well, because he does not throw hard, even the splitter makes it a very difficult pitch to hit, and especially with it's down and goes down even farther. Notice the sleeve on Ryan Healy a little bit different for him. That checkered swing sleeve.
So there's your fastball velocity, Ray, and you're right. 6th slowest in all of Major League Baseball. But I like the second line. The strike percentage with that fastball is very high. So you know what? Like that right there, 89, but it's a quality strike. So he's got good control within the strike zone.
Well, Mike Zunino, the catcher, again, 3rd consecutive game, can eliminate the middle part of the plate, 17 inches wide. We always say if, as a pitcher catcher, if you can eliminate the middle part, you're going to have a lot of success. And really, Raul Contra last night got in trouble because he threw the ball in the middle of the plate. 4 home runs later.
Little bit outside.
Well, he's got 2 against Iwakuma. This was the first one here in right field. That was home run number 13 to right center, and then he would hit number 29 a little bit later at the Coliseum. A high fastball, and I always like to watch the pitcher's looks. They don't even look, as a matter of fact. Iwakuma just looked at home plate. So KD's got him a couple of times, 1 here and 1 in Oakland. I think the more the scouting reports on Chris Davis surface, and there's going to be a lot, and he's going to be difficult to pitch to. And that slider that Iwakuma's throwing him a lot after the fastball, probably stay with the slider away. You make a mistake up, he'll hit it out to right field. But his power from line to line has to be impressive to a lot of people around baseball when they do the scouting reports.
Strike between 2 now to Davis. Davis has hit a total of 7 home runs against the Mariners this year.
Well, after staying away with a couple of sliders, fastball in, and just maybe did not think it was a strike as he opened up, which made the pitch almost down the middle to him.
So 2-2. Simeon, decent lead at first. A little bit high. So Davis runs the count full, and with 2 outs, Marcus Simeon will take off.
Well, as Alonso waits, what kind of breaking pitch you think Chris Davis will get on this 3-2?
Maybe that split finger thing.
Split finger slider. If he throws a fastball, like you said, it's probably going to be shocking that he gets a fastball, but Iwakuma has control of all of his pitches, which means he can throw any one of them.
So Chris Davis did not swing, so just able to hold up.
The slider, and to be honest, I don't think Ryan Healy swung at the pitch that he was called by Marvin Hudson. This time Hudson goes to first base on the appeal. I think more and more that's why Adrian Beltre started it. Other hitters that followed, that's go to the appeal at first base immediately, take it out of the umpire behind the plate, out of his hands.
2 on 2 out for Yonder Alonso. 253 the average for Alonso. 7 home runs, 54 runs batted in. He's 2 for 10 in his career against Iwakuma. Pitch, he lays off. Alonso in this series 2 for 8 with a double.
One thing the A's have done when Jarrell Cotton has been on the mound is get him some run support, and he's taken over from there. Of course, he has learned how to pitch both ways, and that is with some support and without. A couple of no decisions in between his first start and fourth start when he picked up wins.
Good swing by Alonso, fouls it right back to the screen. 1-1. So 1-1. Alonso slightly open stance, waits, and taps one toward Cano, who's well out in the shallow right field. Throws to first, side retired. So the A's an opportunity, but they strand a pair. Bottom of the first coming up. The lineup, same as it's been. Aoki, Smith, Cano, Cruz, Seager, Lind, Martin, Zunino, and Ketel Marte.
And the way it's been for the A's, a pitcher making his final start, another rookie pitcher, and that is Jarrell Cotton on the mound. His 5th start, and so he faced the Angels in Oakland, at Kansas City, and then against Houston and Texas in Oakland, and now back on the road. So good changeup, good fastball, curveball, cut fastball, and a lot of poise on the mound. See if he can continue tonight against a team that's trying to have a special season.
So Nori Aoki steps in. He's been a thorn in the side of the A's in the first 2 games in this series. 4 for 7. Takes a first pitch strike. Smith to follow, and then Robinson, Cano.
Stephen Vogt caught Cotton his first 2 starts. In his major league debut, that was against the Angels. I asked Stephen after the game, what about Jarrell Cotton? He said, I don't know, I've never caught him before today. But he talked about his impressive changeup and using all of his pitches, and here comes a changeup right now, the first of the game.
And a good one. Floats in. Probably could throw a little bit harder if he needs to strike out.
Yeah. And it's kind of like the screwball where he started it at the hitter, broke it over the plate.
with a foot job foul, so the count remains 1-2.
See, Cotton can back up, and Stephen Vogt called back-to-back change-ups. We got a chance to see Ryan Dull in September last year, and we get a chance to see Jarrell Cotton in September this year.
Fastball a little bit inside. Aoki, did he go? No. So 2-2 the count.
Well, looks like Aoki thought about it and then held up, and definitely kept his back, body forward, as patterns himself after each year.
Just got a piece of that one.
Really, for Jarrell Cotton, Aoki's not the optimum hitter you want to face first batter for the Mariners, and he does protect. Stephen Vogt got it, came up underneath him. Seen Stephen Vogt more and more with 2 strikes on a hitter now, going down to 1 knee. Usually you don't do that if you have to try to block a ball, but Stephen feels pretty comfortable in that position. Not this time, though.
I think he went around.
Yep.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, his body took him around, Cap. You're right.
Yeah, he probably held up, but once his body kind of spun around, then the bat came through.
And that's part right there, and that's what they look at, is even though it's on his shoulder, it did go through and then goes to the ground. But this is what third base umpire looked at. There's James Hoyle. So on the check swing.
So Cotton strikes out Aoki to open up the bottom of the first. Here's Seth Smith. Smith, batting average right at 250 with 16 home runs and 63 runs batted in. Hitless in this series, 0 for 6 with 3 strikeouts.
Say if there's ever a time for hitters to watch a pitcher, it would be tonight for the Mariners, because they've never seen Cotton, with the exception of some video.
And I would think that that could be an advantage for Jarrell Cotton.
So the importance of second time through the batting order, because for Stephen Vogt, the veteran catcher, remembering how they get him out. Adam Lynn, first baseman. A blonde touch in his hair.
The pitch is right at the knees for a strike.
Hey, Kipe, you're right about the advantage. And if hitters have not seen a pitcher, really they should concentrate on one pitch. That's a fastball, and adjust off of that. But Cotton can throw so many different pitches. That's what makes him special.
Now 3-1.
Just pushing the ball a little bit. You get the fastball up like that, you're pushing it, and it'd be nice to get Smith out and face Cano with nobody on.
Vogt with the low target. 3-1 pitch is popped up. And we'll be back amongst the crowd. Quick look at the A's defense tonight. As Davis, Eibner, and Valencia in the outfield. Healy, Simeon, Wendell, Alonso on the infield. Stephen Vogt doing the catching. Take by Seth Smith. He took that pitch, and it was that good Cotton changeup, like maybe he was looking for.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think that's not necessarily a pattern, but I think the hitters realize he's got a great changeup, and especially in a 3-2 count when a hitter usually is sitting dead red with a fastball.
So with 1 out, a runner aboard, here's Robinson Cano. Big night last night for Cano with 2 home runs, 38 homers, 100 RBIs for Cano, and a 298 batting average. So probably would like to get that average up to 300.
Impressive numbers.
Yeah,
all
MVP.
the way across the board.
MVP candidate. Pitch. Cano swings and misses.
That's called guessing fastball. Got it off speed. And last night, Terrell Cotton, middle of the plate, left of center, and a home run. Another pitch, straightaway center.
He's got such a, really is a fun swing to watch. And you watch him lift that leg, he almost just lifts it and just hesitates a little and then sets it back down. Let that front leg just come up and it just hangs for a little bit and then he's ready to go. 0-2.
Well, it's all timing with the front foot. Get it down, and a couple of off-speed pitches. He's sitting fastball, and that's something that you can read as a pitcher and a catcher and see the swings on the off-speed pitches, which basically Cano's telling you what he's looking for. That will change now.
Brett Boone hit 37 in 2001. So that's the new record for home runs by a second baseman for the Mariners. Cano, I think he went around.
Yep.
He did.
3 off-speed pitches. That is brilliant. Because not once did he look for anything other than a fastball. He got 3 off-speed pitches, and Terrell Cotton from a curveball, and Robbie Cano went through, and Stephen Bloke blocked it. And that's a swing, and a big swing called by the home plate umpire. See, that's the important thing right there. To, of course, look at the pitch selection: the fastball, changeup, slider, curveball. Changeup and fastball, you're looking at 75% of the time. That's pretty impressive. But the important thing for a pitcher and a catcher is to watch the hitter. If he's taking swings like that, he's looking fastball, and Stephen Vogt called 3 off-speed pitches and got one of the best hitters in the league.
Cruz hits one just fine.
See, Cruz got the fastball that Cano was looking for.
He may not get another one.
Exactly. Not going to miss many fastballs, but the ball fortunately was coming in on him. Until last night, his last at bat, saw Nelson Cruz looked like he flinched a little bit with his left hand, a couple of swings. So good to see him back in the lineup tonight, and I'm sure Scott Service, his manager, appreciates the fact that he's back in there. It would have been nice to see him on the bench. Such a good hitter.
He did get a fastball, and it's maybe away from the target, but a called strike. So Cotton ahead of Cruz 0-2.
Well, if 2 is a curveball, that's what Nelson Cruz is going to get.
Good 0-2 pitch.
Stephen Vogt has done a very good job of blocking balls in the dirt. Works constantly with Marcus Jensen, the bullpen coach, assistant hitting coach, and the catcher's coach. Scott Emerson is the bullpen coach.
Close pitch. Now 2-2, 90 miles an hour from Cotton. I think Cotton thought that was a strike.
Yep.
Check in with Marvin Hudson. Short lead for Smith. Pitch to Cruz. Hit foul. Cruz homered last night.
Yeah, he got a fastball too, and contra, maybe a slight little cutter that didn't do anything. And this is a ball that Bob Melvin thought that Smolinski brought back. He said he looked at it a few times and did not think it was a home run. But the umpires did, and New York said it was a home run, and Nelly Cruz got another one.
And there's a good changeup and a good first inning for Cotton. He strikes out 3. He walks 1. No score after 1.
program to local 1st through 8th graders. Bay Area students have the opportunity to earn a pair of tickets to a regular season A's game by completing fun and challenging science equations about the game of baseball. Get more info at athletics.com/science. I did not know if one of the science equations was throwing French fries in the air and catching them in your mouth. Is that part of the equation? Maybe?
Oh, no question.
Yeah. Physics? What goes up must come down?
Yeah.
Okay. Not me.
Well, let's get some fries in here, and I'll just keep firing them at your face and see how many go in your mouth. How about that?
No, you're supposed to throw them
Or
up
then you
catch
can do it to me. We'll go back and forth.
But, you know, I don't like that part about firing them, you know, because...
Well, yeah, that wasn't the... I would never...
You got to throw it up in the air, and, you know, it's like throwing M&Ms up.
I would never fire anything at you. I would toss it gently.
Yeah.
Valencia, Maxwell, and Eibner against Iwakuma. No score, second inning. Valencia pops it up. Use the seats.
What do you think?
Well, he's there.
And the lady behind going, give me a break, kids. Come on.
Basketball, you'd say in and out.
Put the food in your mouth.
At that age, they'll do just about anything.
Good luck.
For a laugh. Valencia swing and a miss.
There's your splitter cut. Just like you said, you get to 2 strikes and maybe. And we saw it with the Rangers trying to get to Jarrell Cotton's fastball before he threw the changeup. Same for the splitter thrown by Iwakuma pretty consistently.
That's the numbers against the A's this year. 4-0. Beat them a couple times in May.
Won a game last September. The second, 2 starts at the end, 1 no decision, but 5 consecutive wins. And so for Scott Servais to have Iwakuma Saturday, King Felix on Sunday. And 2 games, especially after winning the first 2, and keep an eye on what's happening back east, but 2 very important games for the Mariners. 2 of his best pitchers going.
Well, let me tell you what's happening. The Braves added a couple of runs, Ray, in the bottom of the 7th. Braves 5, Tigers 2.
Okay.
8th inning.
Are you going to explain all these scenarios?
No. Oh. Blue Jays leading the Red Sox 3-2, top of the 7th. Blue Jays got a run in the 6th inning.
That's got to be an important game, huh?
So that's an important game, and for the Seattle Mariners, they need the Blue Jays to lose, but right now the Blue Jays are winning.
And the Orioles lost today.
Orioles lost earlier today. So, like I said, I want to start clearing up a little bit, but it's actually getting a little bit more confusing there. It's still nobody knows in the American League the wild card. National League's a little clear now. The Mets are in. Mets won today. They beat the Phillies earlier, so the Mets have clinched the #1 wild card spot. They will host either the Giants or the Cardinals Wednesday. So that, I think, that needs to be decided there, whether it be the Giants or the Cardinals. If the Giants win tomorrow, then they're in. If they lose, and the Cardinals were to win, then they would be tied. Those 2 teams would have to play Monday in St. Louis.
And again, that's the beauty of all the games tomorrow will start at the same time. And I think that's perfect because the Giants would be playing in the West. They could know what's happening on the East or the Central. So with everybody starting at the same time, this game will be at 12:05 local time here, 3 o'clock back east.
So that's where that National League situation sits. It'll be Maeda for the Dodgers, Moore for the Giants tomorrow. For the Pirates, Vogelsong against the Cardinals, Wainwright. And the Mariners are just going to keep playing and see what happens tonight. 2-1 to Brett Eibner. Eibner shoots one down the right field line, but it'll be foul. Yeah, earlier today, the Yankees beat the Baltimore Orioles, final score of 7-3. Orioles were winning that game 3-0 at one time, but it was tied 3-3 in the 7th. But the Yankees scored 4 times in the bottom of the 8th to go ahead and take the lead. Hold on. Orioles lose. Iwakuma has a good inning, couple of strikeouts. Bottom of the 2nd coming up. Seager to lead it off. No score. Free A Stadium blanket with any new AAA membership. Visit a participating AAA branch today. Restrictions apply. Downtown Seattle, nice place. We enjoy coming here. No score, bottom of the 2nd inning. And a very nice ballpark, Safeco Field. Been open since 1999. Seager to lead it off. Looks a fastball a little bit outside.
And Jarrell Cotton in his start against the Rangers at the Coliseum. 6 innings. He had 58 pitches. 22 in the first inning of tonight's game.
To Kyle Seager. Seager's sitting on 99 RBIs, so he'd like to pick one up in the next 2 days. In first strike. Looks like we made it. A Barry Manilow reference there for you, Ray Fosse. Pitchers to begin their career with 4 straight outings of 5 innings or more and 1 earned run or fewer. Jarrell Cotton.
Looks like we made it.
2-2.
Man, I'm going to have Hoodie send me some sort of message during the offseason.
Yeah.
You know, those are some great quotes.
You know what? He's like, he's like one of those musicians when they get locked in, you don't want to mess with them.
Yeah, he's that
Just
way.
leave him alone.
Yeah, okay.
Like an author when he starts writing a book, you just got to leave him alone. He's kind of a graphics diva, you know. You just let him be.
Ooh,
let him be.
It's a song too, huh?
Could
Beatles?
Could be.
Let it be.
In the dirt, and now full count to Seager. Lynn to follow, and then Martin. 3 left-handed hitters against Cotton.
Well, one thing, Jarrell Cotton, he throw a change up that spiked it in the dirt in front of home plate. He has to throw it close enough where a hitter swing at it, and of course that's easier said than done sometimes because you're afraid to make a mistake.
And hit to Healy. Healy dives in the backhand. His throw is going to be late. So with the shift on, Healy was playing right at the shortstop position, and he made a very nice play.
The fact that he had to dive to his right, and Seager, and there's a case, maybe 2 strikes and facing a pitcher he'd never seen before. Didn't know if he was going to get a changeup or a fastball. While he might have been thinking fastball, also thinking a little changeup. That's why he was so late with the swing, and hit it in the shortstop position.
So Seager gets his 3rd hit in this series, and the leadoff man is aboard. Here's Adam Lind. Adam Lind at 237, but good power. 20 home runs, 58 RBIs. Shift is on again for Lind. Simeon just to the right of second base. The Mariners are 86-74. They're finishing strong. They won 7 out of 9. There's a drive toward left center, and that's going to get down for a hit. Seager's going to round second. He's going to go to third, and he will make it. And the Mariners have first and third, nobody out.
Now, Cap, I think what is happening, you brought up a good point about Seth Smith in the first inning when he took the 3-2 changeup. Looks like his hitters have come in thinking changeup to the point that when they get the fastball, 2 left-handed hitters going against the shift. Seager to the shortstop spot. This ball by Lynn to left center, and once the ball drops, Seager is going to be able to get to third easily. But it's kind of the game plan. I guess Cano kind of changed that because he swung at off-speed pitches.
But even if you're a little late on the fastball, I mean, he's not throwing 96, 97 miles an hour. There's Martin. You have to be ready for the bunt with Leonis Martin. Healy is in. First pitch is a fastball inside. Martin at 247. He's 2 for 7 in this series. Reached for it, popped it up. Healy maybe, no.
You don't think the Coliseum's not a pitcher's park? Ryan Healy saying nope.
Friends for life. So 1-1 the count. Mike Zunino is the on-deck hitter.
Fastball in.
Base hit center field. So Seager trots in to score, and the Mariners lead 1-0. So they get a big hit early in the game.
Just not quite getting it all the way in, just over the glove. Actually, like Cotton might have gotten the glove on it, but just missed it. Ball shot back up the middle. And Gerard Cotton, it's been relatively easy for him. He has not allowed much of anything. Matter of fact, we showed the graphic, just 1 run, earned run in 4 consecutive starts. So a little bit of an adversity day. You know, it's thinking kind of as a starting pitcher, of course, now with a 6-man rotation, you're essentially pitching once a week. But if you think you could feel great for 3 days, 4 days, you come to the 5th day, you're going to feel, oh my gosh, I feel horrible. You know, you never know. You never know how good you're going to feel on the day that you actually take the ball.
Zunino Bunts it foul. And for Jharel Cotton, he threw 135 minor league innings, 25 so far at the big league level. Well, that's 160 innings, and that's a pretty decent amount for a guy who spent most of the season in the minors. You know, where he's at in his career, 160 innings, that's a pretty good amount.
That's a good point.
And that's why he's been a little bit careful with him since he's got to the big leagues. And quickly 0-2 to Mike Zunino.
Well, one thing Kurt Young could have been saying to Jharel Cotton, unless we were not there to hear it, but you always talk about minimize the damage. First 3 batters on in this inning, 3 hits, a run scored, but you say, hey, first and second, you got a chance for a double play, you got a chance for a strikeout, then double play, and you get out of the inning giving up just the 1 run. Stephen Vogt getting his work in again tonight. It's the 3rd time he's blocked one of the Jharel Cotton's curveball or change up in the dirt. And he's good at it.
So 1-2 the count. Swing and a miss. Went with a fastball right by Zunino for strikeout number 4. All the outs have been strikeouts so far.
And that's a good fastball, especially after some good change-ups. He attempted 1 bunt, and that was the first one on a change-up. But Zunino just could not catch up the fastball, and maybe he was thinking something other than what he got.
So with 1 out, here's Ketel Marte.
Sometimes I think it's hard as a hitter to, with 2 strikes, think about a certain pitch. And then you end up swinging through and a little bit late on a fastball when you should be aggressive on that pitch.
Changeup drops down and away to Marte, who's hitting .260 with a homer and 33 RBIs. 2 for 7 in the series. Lynn, the runner at second, does not run real well. Now 2-0. So Cotton has struck out 4. He's walked 1, and he's given up 3 hits. And he's thrown a fair amount of pitches. So Bob Melvin will keep a close eye on that. Right in there first strike. Marte maybe looking for a pitch in a certain spot and did not get it in that spot, so he ended up taking it. A little bit high. Aoki will be next.
Marte with good speed, so a ground ball hit. You think about getting 1 for sure. You can turn 2. That's great. 1 for sure.
Miss. Close pitch. Marte may have chased it. So it's full count.
And that's that close to the point that it's a good pitcher's pitch. And from a hitter standpoint, maybe off the plate, a little bit too aggressive, maybe on the 3-1.
So now full count. Foul back. The runner's not going, and probably lucky with Lynn being a slow runner at second.
Jharel Cotton with the runner at second. He had Seager there earlier, now Lynn. I've seen him a few times where he's not even looking back at second. And granted, they're probably not going to be running, but do not want to continue that, especially get somebody on base who is a potential threat to steal.
The look and the pitch. Bounce to Joey Wendell. Cannot come up with it clean, and everybody's safe. They got that in-between hop.
Yeah. Well, you have to wonder what his thought process was. If he charged, flipped back to second to get that one. There he tried to get it on the, actually, the good hop, but it hit in front of him, and that's what caused him to have the ball pop up. It did hit off his body. Almost got to look like if he'd stayed back, he would have gotten a better hop.
He would have got one out. He wasn't going to get two.
No, and that's the thing. You charge and kind of make a mistake trying to think about a double play, and just saying Marte runs too well. So if he stays back, he gets one at second base. That's 2 outs, and leave it up to his pitcher to get out of the inning.
First error in the series by the A's. They're 97th of the year. So here's Aoki, who struck out in the first inning. Did he go? Yes, he did. James Hoy said you did.
Good block by Stephen Vogt. Lost all that with the check swing, and the umpire, actually Aoki, it's a lot of body, and he's actually saying to the home plate umpire didn't go, but the problem he had, he asked the third base umpire, he said yes.
Grounded to Wendell. Wendell scoops, fires to second for one, on to first, not in time. Lynn comes in to score, and it's 2-0 Mariners.
And the little things, because if now hindsight, Wendell gets the out at second on a force, and this is the third out, you're not going to double up Aoki because he runs too well. They tried to go for 2, and that was the defensive alignment, but just absolutely no chance to get Aoki out of the box running quickly, and he's actually looking back at Lynn. Bases loaded. They all have to be running. Aoki ran fast enough to avoid the double play.
So now runners at the corners, 2 runs in, and Seth Smith is the hitter. Smith takes a strike at the knees. Smith walked in the first. A lot of pitches in this inning for Cotton. He's already at 49 for the game.
To be honest, I think it's just one of those games that he came out just watching his body language as he took the mound, bottom of the first inning, the way he was moving around, just have not seen that in the first 4 starts.
Wendell charges. He's got it. Side retired. 2 runs on 3 hits. There was an athletic error. And now the Mariners lead 2-0 after 2.
watch every Seattle market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. They're a night early for the King. He's pitching tomorrow.
First pitch to Joey Wendell in for a strike. It'll be Wendell, Simeon, and Vogt. Joey Wendell hitting in the 9th spot. 239 with a homer, 9 RBIs. Wendell playing in his 27th game. Iwakuma so far has given up a hit. He walked 1. He has struck out 3. Trying to get aboard. A's trailing 2-0.
Talking about Gerard Cotton. Iwakuma now pushing the ball a little bit, and the pitcher's elbow drops down and pitches, and the pitch is up. It usually means he's kind of pushing the ball instead of getting on top of the pitch and driving it down.
And that one hit past third into left for a base hit. Leadoff single for Joey Wendell. And that gets us to greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. We're going a little Oakland history. 5 or more perfect innings of relief. Dennis Eckersley did it in 1987 against the Indians. Zach Neal did it last night right here in Seattle. 5 or more perfect innings in relief. So Dennis Eckersley, that was probably soon after Tony La Russa said, "Hey, Eck, I'm going to put you in the bullpen." 1987. Well, he was closing soon after that.
Well, Zach Neal last night not only threw strikes, he worked quickly. He struck out 3, and really just looking in with Adam Roden this afternoon and for tonight's game, and said, "I'm just getting some video for the offseason." I said, "Well, that's 5 pretty good innings to look at if you want to look in the offseason. Some positive things that happened." That was very positive for him. Good to see it for him. And I know some were watching the box score, if not the game. Steve Scarsone, his AAA manager, excited when he got a chance to come to the big leagues this year.
That one is bounced to Marte. Marte's throw to second, and it goes into right field. Joey Wendell gets up quickly. He's going to go to third.
What a difference a day makes, huh? He made that play. Was it last night or night before? Night before when they got Valencia. This time he tries the same thing, and so far offline, Cano could not get it.
So it's a single and an E6. The E6 allowing Wendell to go to third base.
Same spot that Cano didn't even go after it, so far offline. Same spot that Simeon hit it in the first inning for a base hit into left field. This time Marte got to it.
So here's Stephen Vogt. Vogt hit a fly ball to left field in the first inning.
And they are playing shallow, okay, again in the outfield.
And Ray, with Stephen Vogt batting, I want to wish.
This is the Marte going to his right, and then kind of looking back and throwing, really not picking up the target. You want to do what?
Tell you in a minute.
Come on, Vinny.
That one looped into right field. That's a base hit.
Now tell me. Come on. I'm anxious to find out.
So Joey Wendell comes in to score.
Good boy, Steven.
So Stephen Vogt gets a big base hit, and he picks up RBI number 55. These are on the board.
He did not hit it crisply enough to get it to the outfield as far as flying a fly ball out, but got jammed a little bit, but got the job done. Pulled the hands in, and boy, with the A's thinking back to Wednesday and Anaheim Thursday here, 5 times he had a run at third, less than 2 outs, could not do it. bring him in, and Stephen Vogt does it tonight in his first opportunity. That's a good thing to see.
So 3 straight hits, and here's Healy. And Healy missed it. No, I want to wish my son Jack a happy birthday.
Oh,
and I wanted to do it Stephen Vogt because that's his guy.
Oh,
I love Stephen Vogt.
Yeah,
so.
but does Stephen have a flat bill cap when he wears it? Of course, we never see him because he's always got his helmet on.
So.
But happy birthday, Jack.
He's 12 years old today. He's at home watching, having a good day. So
that's good.
I miss him, and I'll be home tomorrow. And I hope he's going to enjoy the rest of his birthday.
Hey, Jack, I saw Dad. He was downtown Seattle shopping at all stores. So there's going to be a lot of stuff coming home.
Now there's pressure.
That's right, man. Trunk load stuff, man.
Well, I think he's going to do just fine in the present category. Now I got to get up early and get downtown. Bus is at 9, Ray.
They're closed tomorrow, man. If you haven't done it by now.
Yeah, too late. He'll be happy with his presents, I'm sure.
Well, the biggest present with Dad coming home to drive him to school.
So Healy looking for something else, and that's probably a case, Ray. Looking for a splitter. Got a fastball right down the middle.
And you can't do it either. You have to look fastball, make an adjustment, and I think that's what hitters sometimes you get all the information, but the bottom line, you sit fastball and you adjust on anything off speed.
So 1 away. Here's Chris Davis. Chris Davis walked in the first inning. First strike. .238 average for Chris Davis with runners in scoring position. That average with runners in scoring position for next year goes up, even it went up 15-20 points. A chance to knock in a whole bunch of runs again. It's blocked by Zanino. Did a pretty good job of blocking baseballs.
And he's always done the job behind the plate. I know his godfather Gary Hughes, longtime scout. He's happy with his Red Sox team, but he's talked about Mike Zanino and always thought he could do that and does a very good job. Handles the pitching staff now that he's swinging the bat well. I'd say he's got a chance to be in the big leagues a long time.
One pitch up and out over the plate. Davis had a good rip. So the Detroit Tigers game just went final. 5-3 was the final. The Atlanta Braves beat the Tigers. So that's good news for the Mariners. And now they're going to keep an eye on that Blue Jays Red Sox score. So the Tigers were rolling along, but they went into Atlanta and they won last night, but not tonight.
A lot of rain in Boston too, right? Because it seemed to be pretty bad there. New York, watched a little bit of that last night, or at least saw the rain in New York, so on the East Coast. A lot of rain this time of the year. They'll be getting snow pretty soon.
Blue Jays still leading the Red Sox 3-2. Bottom of the 8th inning. So the Blue Jays trying to get some wins before the end of the season, get 2 more wins.
Split finger fastball again, and Chris Davis so strong, peeled to first base, not even close on the check swing.
Three and 2. 1 out here in the 3rd. Rolled foul. Just got a piece of it. Davis must have hit that one right off the end of the bat.
Yeah.
Went and got a new bat.
Let's look at the notes. Chris Davis, 150th game that he's been in tonight, over 550 at bats, which you count walks. There's more plate appearances, but that's a good solid season for someone who missed a lot of time last year, where the Brewers still had a huge season, some 27 home runs.
That one's hit in the air, right center, hit pretty well. Leonis Martin going back, Smith going back, and it is off the wall, bounces up into the stands, and it's going to be a ground rule double, and this game's going to be tied.
Isn't it amazing watching the flight of the ball? And A's really, it cost them because it did not hit and stay in the park, hanging breaking ball, and you do that to Chris Davis, he's going to do exactly what he did. Right center field. Almost went out, but it just kept carrying. And it looked like it's going to be caught. Then all of a sudden, Martin angled towards the wall, hits the wall. It bounced off the track right there. No glove by Martin. And when it went up, instead of hitting the wall, coming back, and allowing both runs to score, it did not. So we'll see how the A's played. Stephen Vogt got a runner in from third. Chris Davis with a booming double. He's got a ribby. It's up to Alonso to keep the line moving.
Still only one out.
But I think the impressive thing that we have seen this year, Cap, with Chris Davis is the way the ball jumps off his bat and how it just continues to carry and carry and carry. To the point, if you're an outfielder, you're going after a ball, you think, well, it's going to be easy to catch. And then next thing you know, you're chasing it, and it's either over the fence or bounce it over the fence.
Or over your head.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. What a season for Chris Davis. Give him 102 runs batted in, 41 home runs. And so he only hits 245, 250. Take it. You're driving that many runs with home runs. You take that, and it's going to even get better with the batting average.
Alonso taps it foul, so the count 2-1 now to Alonso, who grounded out to second in the first inning.
Stephen Vogt coming down the line, so the right side of the infield. Cano playing in the outfield, giving the A's a run. So here's the contact that the A's are looking for. Really all the way around, they're conceding the run. So Alonso just put the ball in play. So Iwakuma right now is thinking splitter, try to get a strikeout, considering the infield is playing where they are.
Now it's 2-2 to Yonder Alonso. Iwakuma has thrown a lot of pitches so far in this game. 52, 17, 12, and in this inning 23.
And Terrell Cotton has to be feeling a lot better. Giving up a couple of runs last inning. One of them unearned. Try to regroup for the third inning, especially if this club can take the lead.
2-2 pitch. Just got a piece of it. A cue shot off the end. And Alonso checking to see if it's a broken bat.
Probably hit the ball off the end of the bat. It's the cupped, and I think he just realized it's a cupped in and he needs a new bat. When you cup the end of the bat and you hit it off the end of the bat, usually it's going to splinter it. And while the actual bat is not broken, as far as where his handle is, all that pine tar is, it is adding more. Cup the end of the bat to take a little bit of weight, get better wood, but Lucinich says it's not really a lot of weight that's taken out, but a little bit. Bats are light anyway.
Alonso ready. Vogt at third, Davis at second. fastball.
Like he shook off a couple of splitters that Zunino called. Went fastball. Now you might see the splitter, and he might not be concerned if he does walk him. Going for the strikeout. First base is open.
The shift. Pulled over toward left in the outfield. There's a line drive, fair, headed for the right field corner. 1 run scores, 2 runs score, and Alonso comes through big time, and the A's have scored 4 times here in the top of the 3rd.
What a great at bat by Yonder Alonso. He sat soft, he got this splitter, and now Del Stoudemire Jr. with the interpreter going out to talk to Iwakuma. But this is 84-mile-an-hour split that didn't really do anything, and Yonder stayed back. Almost thinking, as we were, that he might get a splitter and not be concerned with walking him. Well, he hung a splitter. And when you do that, it's like a BP fastball. 84 miles per hour. And Alonso, a great job of driving in 2, giving him 56 with a 2-run double, give the A's the lead.
So 3 singles, 2 doubles in this inning. Iwakuma going for a walk. Well, at Fenway Park, the Red Sox just tied the game up in the bottom of the 8th inning, Ray, on a balk. Osuna, the closer for the Blue Jays, in the game in the 8th inning, trying desperately to get the Blue Jays a win. And he balked in the tying run. So the Blue Jays and the Red Sox are now tied 3-3 in the bottom of the 8th inning.
I knew something happened because the fans cheered with Iwakuma on the mound visiting, getting visited by his pitching coach.
Good call, you're right.
So there's nothing to cheer about except what people might have been listening to or watching.
So the Orioles have lost. The Tigers have lost. Valencia swings and misses. So there is a huge opportunity for the Blue Jays, and there's a huge opportunity right here for the Seattle Mariners. Wow, the door has been swung open.
I wonder, Kai, how are the fans keeping up to date on what's happening in Boston? Are they hearing from the local broadcast group? Because they're cheering, like they're paying. I mean, they've either got a radio or watching it or something on their phones. That, thinking of this weekend being Vin Scully's final weekend when he moved, or the Dodgers moved to Los Angeles, it was the, as he said, the beginning of the transistor radio, and so all the people would listen to him while he was broadcasting the games. But to hear the reactions, something's going on to where, you know, maybe on their phones or at bat app or something, you know, they're able to follow what's going on. But they definitely cheered, and the Red Sox tied the game.
Drive to Valencia, 2-2. Still only 1 out in this inning.
Well, he's looking outside. The pitch is inside, and he pulled back, and that ball clearly on the corner. But you know, you think outside, you almost like to think inside and cover the outside part of the plate, or think outside, be able to react on the pitch inside.
This is the 30th pitch of the inning for Iwakuma. And here it is, and he got him with a splitter. So Valencia chased it. So that'll be a frustrating at bat for Valencia. He strikes out for the 2nd time.
On the other split, and he hung a pitch in the middle of the plate, and Zunino, good job of not only blocking but catching and making the tag to Valencia because first base unoccupied.
Here's Maxwell, 2 outs. Curveball slider drops in there first strike. Maxwell grounded out to second in the 2nd. Tried it again, but this time it's outside. 5 strikeouts in the game for Iwakuma, but boy, he has thrown a ton of pitches. Both starting pitchers have. So this is going to be a bullpen game at some point in the middle innings. Alonso with the 2-run double. He's at second base. Iwakuma really struggling this inning.
And you know, if you don't throw hard, as Iwakuma does not, if you try to go to the corners you're missing, the balls are really taking off, and that's what's happened. Is that, you know, setting on the corner, the balls just keep running off the plate. Maybe we have 2 pitchers not feeling that great tonight.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Iwakuma, I would just go with the catcher. What he's trying to shake off is not working.
Gotta go. Fewest pitches per inning. Iwakuma 14.9. That is not the case today. Pitch there, 2-2.
Well, the two-seamer with a lot of velocity just started, came back, and to a left-hander, that's a great pitch.
Maxwell trying to get Alonso home. These have scored 4 here in the 3rd. Just got a piece of it.
The split and right off the end of the bat again. And both the catcher and the home plate umpire.
So another 2-2 pitch coming up from Iwakuma to Maxwell. And that one is lined to left field, base hit. Here comes Alonso, and Alonso is held at third. Aoki gets it into the cutoff man. Ron Washington got well down the line and took a good look at it. He decided to hold yonder Alonso. Maxwell has a hit.
You know, Aoki almost completely missed it. He came charging in, and if we get a chance to see, he had to reach back to his right to keep the ball from getting past him as the ball was slicing right there. That's a play that he made nicely as Alonso rounded the bag. You're right. Wash was down the line and hit too hard. And as we have noted in this series, Aoki is playing shallow. Left-handers, especially. Skipper was talking about Heredia playing last night and how took a ball away against the wall with Maxwell hitting. Thought the ball was going to get over his head.
And that one hit high in the air, right center field. Leonis Martin near the wall, and he caught it. So Eibner hit it a ton, but it stayed in the ballpark. And Martin makes a very nice running catch. A's score 4 times in the top of the 3rd, and now lead this ball game 4-2. Bottom of the third inning. So last night, the A's have 2 hits in the entire game, right? Tonight, 6 hits in the third inning. How do you figure that?
And don't stop.
You don't figure it out.
You got to keep adding on. And Terrell Cotton already at 50. And remember, 58 through 6 in his last start. Maybe he didn't appreciate the extra time off to make the start tonight.
Well, we'll see what Cotton does with the 4 runs. Shutdown innings, he's 5 for 5.
That's great.
And an opportunity here. But he's going to face Cano, Cruz, and Seager. A little bit high, 1-1. Robinson, Cano, seeing Cotton for the first time in the first inning. Struck out swinging.
Trying to wait a little bit longer
He's
on
trying,
that change up, yeah.
Cano with runs last night, 277 career home runs. Tucks this one toward Joey Wendell. So Cano is out. 1 away here in the bottom of the third.
So much for the changeup. Go right into the fastball, and maybe that's something that Stephen Vogt and Terrell Cotton will think about, seeing what the Mariners are doing in this game.
So Nelson Cruz steps up. First pitch, a strike to Cruz. Cruz struck out in the first inning. And a quick 0-2. Good pitch by Cotton. Trying to find a little groove here in the third inning. He had a long second inning. That's a close pitch.
You're right. He is asking a home plate umpire. He's kind of getting an idea. I think the curveball backed up.
Missed outside. So it's 2-2 now to Cruz.
I think we're seeing a little frustration on the part of Terrell Cotton tonight.
Not quite as sharp as he's been in his other starts.
It's something you have to deal with. I mean, it's not going to be perfect for you every time you take them out.
So now the count is full at 3-2. Toronto Blue Jays just answered back. They scored a run in the top of the 9th inning to take the lead at Fenway.
I didn't hear the fans cheer.
No cheering. That's not good for the Mariners. That would be a huge win for the Blue Jays. Swing and a miss. 3-2 fastball, and that is strikeout number 5.
You can join Dallas Braden along with some of your favorite A's players from the past to the 2017 Oakland Athletics Fantasy Camp, held from January 13th to 19th at the A's new spring training facility in Mesa, Arizona. It's been a memorable week of baseball alongside legends like Burt Campy Campaneris, Mike Moore, Shooty Babbitt, Dave Stewart, many more. Play baseball every day like a pro and get the scoop on what it's like to be in the big leagues. For more details, go to hendersonbaseball.com or call 509-993-7338.
0-1 the count to Kyle Seager. Cotton trying to get through the tough part of this Mariners order. 2-2 the count to Seager, who singled and scored in the second inning. Got a good chunk of Maxwell. Vogt, excuse me, Stephen Vogt.
If somebody gets hit, you know it's Stephen Vogt.
Yeah, that's right.
Got him on the right hand, and you know he got it on the hand or the wrist, but it's important with 2 strikes to have your hand in front next to the catcher's mitt. Some catchers will put the right hand behind the back, and in that case you're protecting him, but it's very difficult to block a ball as Stephen did. Say if Seager had swung at that pitch, even though it was in the dirt, Stephen Vogt blocked it and been able to throw him out. Hand behind the back, you might have turned your body in correctly, and as a result, the ball would have gone on a different angle, and you wouldn't have blocked it. See if you can get a change up close to the strike zone.
Reach for it and hit foul, second level. Seager 3 for 8 in this series. Another very fine season for Kyle Seager. Seager's going to be here a long time. He's signed a 7-year extension. It's the second year of that 7-year contract. So he is signed through 2021. And that one's belted to right, but Valencia's got room. He grabs it side retired. So good inning for Jarrell Cotton. He gets the 3 big hitters. And we're on to the 4th. A's 4, Mariners 2. In California is brought to you by Roaring Camp Railroads. Go out for a train ride through the Redwoods on Thomas. Come back with Percy. Some say it's a trick. We say it's a treat. So 4-2 A's lead, top of the 4th inning. The A's sent 9 men to the plate in the 3rd. They scored 4 runs. They banged out 6 hits against Iwakuma.
And it's nice that it was started by Joey Wendell with an opposite field base hit. 1 of 2 in the inning for the Athletics.
That one bounced toward Lind. Lind to Iwakuma. 1 out. Iwakuma just trying to settle things down here a little bit in the top of the 4th. Red Sox batting in the bottom of the 9th with the Blue Jays leading 4-3. Mariners and their fans should be watching that one closely. Semien shows bunt, which is way outside. Marcus Semien has a pair of singles tonight. He's 2 for 2, scored a run. And a hanger there. Time to win, refuse to lose. Well, that is Mariners. They cannot lose.
That gentleman's not growing that beard until they win a World Series. Because they haven't won one.
And that one is belted right center field. That's going to get down for a hit. Not played very well by Martin as it goes past him all the way to the wall. And Semien's going to try for third. No, he's not. Put the brakes on, and he's got a 1-out double.
Good job going again to right center with the ball outside, and Marcus Semien, and you know, maybe we're seeing some guys audition for the leadoff spot. We talked about the power guys leading off. How about Marcus Semien? He has 27 with his speed. Probably could be a very good base stealer. Thinking about 3, pick up Wash. It's a good buddy. Let him make you decide what you're going to do. And he kind of shut it down, but that's when, as a runner, you want to pick up the third base coach. Let him be your eyes. And if he brings you to the third, just keep running. Don't break stride.
Stephen Vogt, after the first pitch, foul territory, and in that third base coach's box, Kyle Seager has it. So 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. It's Drew Storen. Iwakuma at 73 pitches. So Ryan Healy steps in with 2 outs and Semien at second. Healy has struck out twice. Once swinging and once looking.
Well, if he recognized the breaking ball and he stays back, that ball would have been crushed. But just a little bit out in front, maybe thinking the fastball, and fooled on the curveball.
There's a base hit center field. Here comes Marcus Semien. He's going to score. Big 2-out hit for Healy, and it's 5-2 the A's lead.
Well, strikeout, bullet. And that's Ryan Healy to be able to make an adjustment, try to go fastball. Iwakuma missed, and Ryan Healy took it right back up the middle. A bullet. No chance for Martin with a great arm. Had to get in front of the ball to keep it from going past him, but a quick bat by Ryan Healy, and Marcus Semien with an unnecessary slide, but he got there anyway.
So Scott Service has seen enough. 3 2/3 tonight for Hisashi Iwakuma. He really was not sharp. And it's to the bullpen for the Mariners. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Too early to start planning a spring trip to see your Oakland Athletics in sunny Mesa, Arizona. 2017 spring training home schedule features 18 games at the Holcomb Stadium and is now available online. Be sure to visit athletics.com/spring. Join us at the best ballpark in the Cactus League. That's athletics.com/spring. No jackets needed in the Valley of the Sun in spring training.
Nope.
Kuma will be at Peoria. That's in the Valley of the Sun, one of the 15 teams in Arizona. He's right now thinking about what he should have done or could have done tonight to help his team. But he really did not have much of anything tonight, and 5 consecutive wins against the A's on the line tonight. The A's would like to keep adding on.
So it'll be Drew Storen who takes over for Iwakuma. Storen here in the 4th inning. First pitch to Chris Davis is bounced foul. Not that this is going to mean anything to Iwakuma right now. It may down the road, Ray, but he came up 1 inning short of 200. He needed 4 2/3 innings tonight to get to 200, and he went 3 2/3 innings. So
if the Mariners weren't trying to go to postseason, he may have stayed an extra inning just to get to that number, but a little bit different situation now for the Mariners, and especially their manager to make the move.
Well, it became it is a must-win situation now, because the Blue Jays beat the Red Sox 4-3, Ray. So if the Mariners do not win tonight, they are done. The Tigers still have a chance, but now the Orioles and the Blue Jays control their own destiny. That's all those 2 teams have to do tomorrow is win. If they both win, then the Orioles and the Blue Jays would be the 2 wild card teams.
And if one loses and the Tigers win, they have to play Monday.
There you go. That's so it's starting to simplify a little bit. So keep that in mind. If, as Ray said, if one or both the Orioles and the Jays were to lose, Tigers were to win, then that half game would come into play, and the Tigers would have to play on Monday. So we'll see how it all shakes out. So the Mariners trailing 5-2 in the top of the 4th inning. If they do not win tonight, that's it. They have been eliminated. So they probably know it, maybe not, but their backs are way against the wall. 2 pitch, a hanger. Davis, he'd like to maybe take another shot at that one.
And you know, Kemp, our guest on post game tonight is the skipper Bob Melvin, and he would love nothing better than to be sitting out there talking to us, having won the game.
Yeah, he's going to join us after the game tonight, which we appreciate him doing.
Last year is the final game of the season right here. The Mariner Moose ran in front of him, and Mariner Moose is lucky to still be working this year because skipper was not happy. So if he's on tonight and the A's could hang on, that would be a celebration in a sense for the A's, because really, I mean, their job coming into this weekend was to try to win as much as possible, and the A's would like to end their 5-game losing streak, and tonight would be a great way to do it.
Two to Davis. Foul tip, hung on, and that'll do it. But the A's get a run. Ryan Healy with a 2-out RBI single. So as we head to the bottom of the 4th, it's the A's 5 and the Mariners 2. 1961. Breaking the Babe's single-season home run mark. Roger Maris hits his historic 61st homer. He did it. The Yankees would defeat the Red Sox by a final score of 1-0 on this date. Exactly 2 years later, a baby named Mark McGwire was born. How about that?
That's right.
Oh, somebody did a little research.
Oh, boy.
October 1st, 1961.
And if you want to watch a great movie, it's called 61.
Yep.
Roger Maris very reluctant to come out for the curtain call, which is so customary now, especially in the Bronx. There was an Astros beside that 61 for a long time.
So 5-2, A's lead, bottom of the 4th inning. Lind, Martin, and Zunino. Lind had a base hit in that 2nd inning. A couple of runs scored for the Mariners in that inning. Vogt sets up outside. And the ball is driven toward left center field. Hit pretty well. Davis hustling back. It's going to be over his head, and it bangs off the wall. Lind hustling for second, and he'll have a leadoff double. So Adam Lind, a couple of hits going the other way. And he's 2 for 2.
You saw him in this series, the beginning of the series, a line drive up the middle caught by Simeon, then a ball into left center. But you know, it's almost like he's gotten fastballs opposite field. If you make a mistake with an off-speed pitch in, he's going to pull it. But tremendous power opposite field and an easy double for him.
So Cotton back into the stretch. He did have a 3-up, 3-down 3rd inning, but back to work here in the 4th. Facing Leonis Martin. Martin had a good rip at the first pitch. Del Nuno, the left-hander, we have not seen him in this series yet. Take those games of importance tomorrow now. The Orioles at the Yankees. It'll be Gausman for Baltimore and Sessa, the rookie, for the Yankees. Blue Jays at the Red Sox. Sanchez for Toronto. Says David Price, but David Price pitched today. Not quite sure who the Red Sox will be pitching. Tigers will send Verlander to the mound against Julio Teheran from the Braves. And as we've told you many times, all the games start tomorrow at noon.
So the games you mentioned will be 3:05 Eastern time. We'll be on here at 12:05. 12:10. Sorry.
Outside now 3-1.
And I just wonder for Jarrell Cotton, and he knows, as we talked earlier, about the innings, yes, but also the pitch count. And his pitch count's getting up 73 through 3 less than that in 7 innings in his last start, but tonight just not the same. And you just have to wonder if there's a magical number that Bob Melvin's going to have to go to eventually. And Jarrell Cotton wants to try to get through as much as possible.
That one's hit to center and hit well. Eibner hustling back. Eibner still going back, and Eibner makes the catch against the wall. Lind alertly tags up, and he goes to third. Nice play by Brett Eibner.
Well, you can see where Eibner's playing, how far he had to go back, and Martin hit it well. Fortunately for the A's, it was to one of the biggest parts of the park. And let Eibner 2 hands corralling, knowing he's going to crush into the wall, and want to make sure that he kept the ball in his glove without the wall knocking it out.
Well, the A's get a big defensive play for the first out. Zunino takes outside. It will be Price tomorrow. Rodriguez was the lefty that was pitching today for Boston. So Price and Sanchez, not a bad matchup. Sanchez 14-2, Price 17-9. Zunino struck out in the second. That's what Cotton needs right here. He's playing back. Good pitch.
So Caps, the first game of the division series for the American League, assuming everything, it will be Thursday. So is it going to be Porcello?
I would guess.
If Price goes tomorrow, that means he would be lined up for. Oh, Rodriguez went today, so but I would think Porcello's got to start one of those first 2 games.
Yeah, Indians and Red Sox on Thursday. Dodgers and Nationals on Friday. Rangers and the Cubs will play the wild card winner. Swing and a miss, and now it's 2-2. Zunino, from his perspective, absolutely has to put it in play. Cotton is looking for his best strikeout pitch. Coulombe warming up, the left-hander.
Well, Cotton just threw him a great slider. Got it on the outside corner. He did throw a fastball by Zunino on his first at bat.
And he got him looking. Inside corner, strike 3 call.
And it was not intended to be there. The ball came back, and Zunino was frozen. Looking outside, and here it comes, and Stephen Vogt. And you know, you can say what you want about framing. Umpires don't like it, but you catch the ball the right way. Number one, you catch it, especially with the run at third, and number two, it's you don't make yourself look so bad that the umpire can't give it to you. So that was a great strikeout thrown by Cotton and caught by Stephen Vogt.
Here's Ketel Marte. So 80 pitches now for Jarrell Cotton. You see where Healy's playing in on the grass. Alonso's in even with the bag. Marte reached on an error in the second inning. Swing and a miss.
I think the one thing is going to get Jarrell Cotton tonight's a pitch count. He's at 81, and I think 9 is the magic number. And again, you talked about the number of innings he's pitched this year at the minor league level, and here they're more concerned about really not overworking him.
Well, his last 2 starts, pitches 75 and 70.
Yeah.
So we're just guessing here, but it's probably be his last inning.
Yeah, and I was kind of told at 6 innings or 90 pitches. And if he's at 82, I don't think he would go out for the 5th inning. And, you know, the win is immaterial. It's the experience that he's gaining pitching here in this month of September.
Floats that one in there. Marte out in front, 2-2 the count.
But he just stayed back, and the ball just, they call it a Bugs Bunny changeup, and it just float, and just kind of take away. Stephen Vogt, that little fist pumps in, finish it off.
And he did. Wow. Nasty pitch, and Marte with a couple of kind of feeble swings, and a nice job by Jarrell Cotton to strand the runner at third. So we're headed to the 5th. 5-2 A's lead.
The ticket memberships are on sale right now. Whether you want to renew your membership or join the party, visit athletics.com/2017. Find all the benefits today's membership has to offer, including early bird incentives, exclusive experiences, half-price parking, a flexible ticket exchange program, and more. You can even lock in your 2017 seating location. Visit athletics.com/2017 and join the party today.
So 5-2 A's lead. And Mariners an absolute must-win situation. If they do not win, they are eliminated from postseason contention. Cotton, 4 innings, 84 pitches. And we have a pitching change for the Mariners. And it's time for change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. El Nino, the left-hander, comes in. 55th appearance, so pitched a lot out of the bullpen. Does have 1 start this year. So he'll face Alonso, Valencia, and Maxwell, top of the 5th. First pitch, little slider first time. Alonso with a big hit in this game, a 2-run double in the 3rd. He scored 4 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th. Well, you think about just little things, Ray. The A's get a 2-out hit from Healy in the 4th inning to give them their 5th run. The Mariners get a runner at 3rd, 1 out, cannot get him home. It's just,
yeah, the leadoff.
You know, it could be if you get Healy and you do the right thing and get the run in, it's a 4-3 game. Instead, it's 5-2. That's a huge difference.
The A's, unfortunately, for the Wednesday and Thursday we talked about, had the opportunities tonight. They've had a couple of 3rd, less than 2 outs. They've gotten them in, and then the Healy 2-out hit. So those are the good things you look at in this game, the positive things. And
2-out hits are a beautiful thing.
They are, especially driving in runs are great.
And the A's, after really being quieted quite a bit the first 2 games in the series. Better offense tonight. Zanino's coming over. Maybe he does. Just enough room. So 1 away, and here comes Valencia.
Not a lot of foul territory here compared to the Coliseum, but enough that Zanino near his own dugout can make an easy play. He's going to be thinking about his offense tonight. A couple of strikeouts, especially the second one, that the ball came back, and even the runner at 3rd base.
That one tapped slowly toward Seager, who charges, scoops, throws, got it. So Valencia grounds out. He's 0 for 3. And Bruce Maxwell will hit for the 3rd time. Maxwell has grounded out, and he had a single in that 4-run 3rd inning. Maxwell had a good rip at the first pitch. Maxwell DHing tonight.
And we'll probably be behind the plate tomorrow, so see what Stephen Vogt does tomorrow if he's DHing and they're flip-flopping. Be King Felix scheduled for tomorrow. I think the biggest question, Kipe, is if it doesn't mean anything, will he pitch?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because the Mariners seem to always be concerned about his innings and game started, and especially if it doesn't mean anything. Felix is 11-7 with 371, 24 games, but he's on the DL, so he's not thrown as many as he has in the past.
Strike 3 called on the slider. So Nuno comes in, has a quiet top of the 5th. Bottom of the 5th coming up. It'll be the top of the order for the Mariners.
While he might have struggled in the 2nd inning, he still got the same pitches working. Struck out Robinson Cano. He's got Nelson Cruz. He got Zunino a couple of times with fastballs, and that was the big one. Bigger there. He is doing a good job in that last one, the pump of the fist by Stephen Vogt. And for Jarrell Cotton, he gets to come out for the 5th inning. He's given up 2 runs, but just 1 earned run.
Simeon dives, can't get it. No. For the 3rd time in 5 innings, the Mariners have their leadoff man aboard, and now big hitters will start to come up.
And Aoki, who stays back so well, last night cheated a little bit, got a fastball, pulled it in the seats. But this is a good base hit the opposite field.
So Aoki aboard. That's hit number 5 for the Mariners, and bring up Seth Smith. Cano to follow. A shift for Smith. And he takes a strike. Daniel Colom's been up. He's still up, but he's ready. And Liam Hendricks now starting to throw. I think the short leash for Cotton at this point. He's sitting at 86 pitches.
Still a great changeup. I mean, you fool a veteran like Seth Smith with that kind of a swing on a changeup. That's impressive. And Smitty took a 3-2 changeup that time. He just slapped at the ball as it came in. I was hoping he'd get a ground ball, maybe to window and turn a double play. Smitty's not fleet of foot, so a ground ball at somebody could turn a double play.
And he rolls it to Alonso. Alonso fires to second for 1. Out there, back to first. Not in time.
Unfortunately, wasn't hit hard enough. Alonso does this so well. Clears himself. Good throw to Simeon back, but Seth Smith down the line, barely beat it out. Nice play by Alonso to keep his foot on the bag and keep the ball from going past him.
So with 1 out, Smith now the base runner, and now you get the big fellas, Cano and Cruz. Maybe this is a show me what you got, young man.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Nothing wrong with that.
Great point, because if he's going to pitch here, he's going to have these situations and see what he can do. And a little bit on adrenaline too. But you're right, Cap. The big hit by Ryan Healy, adding on, making it a 5-2 game. That was a big run. What the A's need to do is continue to add on the remainder of this game, not be satisfied with the 5.
Cano takes a little bit outside. 2-0 the count. Robinson Cano tonight has struck out and grounded to second. He's 2 for 10 in the series. The 2 hits, home runs. Hit deep to right center field. Eibner's back. Eibner at the wall. Gone. 5-4. So the Mariners get a huge hit from Robinson Cano. Home run number 39.
You know, it's almost like he was trying to do this. Pitch was away. He reached out and jerked it into right center. And he knew he hit it well enough. He's trotting all the way. And while Bob Melvin was hoping that Jarrell Cotton can get through the 5th inning, he is not going to. But this is just the season that Robinson Cano is having. Eibner no chance as the ball several rows deep. And so it will be 3 runs given up, 3 earned runs of the 4th.
So when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil change. Single night and the home of the official post-game show of the Silver and Black. It's Sunday to Sunday. The home of the authentic Raiders fan is CSN. The Raiders will get back to work tomorrow in Baltimore. Here in Seattle, Jarrell Cotton gets handshakes. He leaves with 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And Robinson Cano with a big hit to get his team back in it. So Liam Hendricks comes in here in the 5th to face Nelson Cruz and then Kyle Seager. Cruz chased it and the count is 0-1. So 4 runs, 3 earned. So he made some big pitches, but just could not get Cano here in the 5th. Big chopper foul.
And he's been talking about how if he could just get through a game without giving up a home run. 5 starts. He's only Kansas City when he pitched 5 2/3 has he pitched a game in which he has not given up a home run. Cron, Gaddis, Beltre, and now Cano. But he did show tonight that, especially after giving up 2 in the second inning, just one hit the next 2 before this inning. He is good, and you're going to enjoy watching him pitch for a long time.
Cruz stays alive. Reach for it a little bit. So Liam Hendricks just trying to slow down the momentum now after the Cano 2-run homer. Foul back. Cruz got a fastball out away from him, and he's got plenty of power to all fields.
Yeah, tonight against Cotton, he started out 0-2 twice, ended up striking out, but it just seems in this series, whenever we've seen Cruz, he falls behind 2 strikes, but I think he could put him away to keep finding a way to foul off pitches.
Hits this one slowly. It's a fair ball. Nice play by Healy on the back end. His throw, and they got him. Good play.
He had to worry about the ball hitting him back at third base. Another pick by Alonso at first. Cruz showing his speed down the line. This ball hugging the line down the third base, and Healy just put the ball to the right of the bag, and then a quick throw, knowing that the guy on the other end, Alonso, can make the pick. Like Healy, a good job as he spun the ball in his hand to make sure he had a 4-seam grip when he threw it, but he just got rid of it as quickly as he could. He changed sleeves, didn't he? He had the checkered one before on the green on his right, and he changed to the solid green. So maybe he didn't like the first one.
And here's Seager. Curveball in the first strike. Kyle Seager singled and scored in the second, and hit a fly ball to right field in the third. Seager 3 for 9 in the series. Takes the breaking ball low that time. That's Nick Vincent, right-hander, out in the bullpen. And we're going to see really a parade of relievers now for both teams.
That's right.
Cologne for the A's, and if you're the Mariners, you got to do absolutely everything humanly possible to win the game.
And again, go back to 2012, talking about the A's pitchers who said, we need to win, so it doesn't matter how many days in a row we pitch.
1-2 pitch, a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Hendricks likes it. Seager strikes out. Cano with a 2-run homer. So we're headed to the 6th. A's 5, Mariners 4. Baseball on CSN California is brought to you by PG&E. Together building a better California. 5-4 A's lead the Mariners. It is the top of the 6th inning. So we'll see how this one shakes out. Very nice crowd tonight. Nuno is back out there. He'll face Eibner, Wendell, and Semien. Nuno had a 3-up, 3-down 5th inning. Eibner hits it hard, foul off the facing of the A's dugout. Now, good off-speed pitch from Nuno.
These are called splits where a lefty might have a better success against righties than lefties. Maxwell swinging and missing his last out in the last inning.
Down the left field line, Aoki over. He's not going to get it. He picks it up. Eibner runs well. He'll go to second, and Eibner in with a leadoff double.
Sometimes they do say justice in the game. He hit a ball to right center that Martin ran down. This time he breaks his bat, but lofts it down the left field line. He had a big 3-run home run, pulling the hands in as they kept pitching him inside. That was down in Arlington, Texas. This time pulled the hands in. You can hear the bat breaking, but it gets a leadoff double. See if the A's can do something with it.
And they need to. Joey Wendell. First pitch, base hit right field. Eibner had to wait to make sure it gets through. They're going to wave him home. Seth Smith will throw to second. The throw there is in time. Wendell's out. Eibner scores. Joey Wendell with an RBI single. He's get one of those runs back.
Well, it looked like Eibner had the intent of trying to pull the ball to advance the runner, and they're going to take a look at it. They're going to make a pitching change, but they're also, I think, Bob Melvin may be checking to see, did he get his foot in time? And I guess they're going to say he's out.
And we are indeed going to get a pitching change. So the A's have added a run. They lead 6-4. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Strike 3 called. The A's win the West. And here they come, pouring onto the field in the center of the diamond.
So that classic Ace moment brought to you by Timeless. An unlikely team embarks on an unpredictable adventure through time to stop a mysterious criminal from changing our past. It's the way it was, right?
You know what was great about that game? If the A's had lost that game, He had to fly back to Florida to St. Pete for a play, one game to make up because of a hurricane. And Jason Giambi said, "I'm not going. I'm not." Well, I said I may go, but he didn't pack. And he said, "We're going to win." They won. And that was the finish by Jason Isringhausen.
So don't miss Timeless, premiering Monday, October 3rd at 10 p.m. after The Voice, only on NBC.
Sorry, Kuip, I didn't know you had to finish
Oh,
that.
no. We're good. The A's with a 6-4 lead. Back and forth game tonight.
Well, fortunately, the A's have been able to score after the Mariners have, and no shutdown for the Mariners.
So 1-2. Joey Wendell with the RBI single.
Jarrell Cotton staying out on the bench. No reason to worry about anything except spring training at this point. He's finished for this year.
Marcus Semien, 27 home runs on the year, 73 RBIs. Little power numbers. Big jump this year from last year when he had 15 home runs. Air total is down some.
And he's going to have the job of playing shortstop. You got Healy at third. And I think the left side of the infield might be settled for a few years for the Athletics.
Swing and a miss on a slider. Simmons retired for the first time tonight.
Leadoff position, 3 hits and 2 runs scored before this at bat. Little slider that broke right at the end as it approached the plate.
So with 2 outs, Stephen Vogt will step up. Stephen Vogt had an RBI hit in the 3rd. Also scored a run in that inning. He's 1 for 3. One for 10 in the series for Vogt. He's going to have to battle back. 0-2. Stephen Vogt could very well be back home by dinner time.
That's right.
In fact, he will be back home by dinner time. What is he, hour and a half? Thought he said.
Tom Water.
Get in the car, head on down.
And he was talking to Scott Brocious a couple of days ago. They're close to proximity of where they both live. There's Scott Brocious, and I did check on these aliases for you, Kai. And it was with the Yankees.
Yeah, what was it?
I'll tell you next in.
Yeah, you're going to leave me hanging. I got to know the alias of Scott Brocious. So a run for the A's. Everyone's important now. Bottom of the 6th coming up. 6-4 Athletics.
copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Oakland Athletics and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
All right, we got in-depth sports news for the great Bay Area fans. Know it all with Sportsnet Central. It's brought to you by Hyundai, and you'll see it on CSN Bay Area tonight at 10:30. We'll have all the highlights from the American League Wild Card race, Warriors and Raptors first preseason game for Golden State, and we'll have a full preview, Raiders-Ravens from Baltimore. Kelly Johnson, Henry Wolford will host. Bottom of the 6th, Liam Hendricks back out there.
First, it looked like he was cold. It's a pleasant night here in the Northwest.
Adam Lynn bounces one over the mound. Simeon's right there, and that's the first out.
So Scott Brocious, when he's with the Yankees,
Yep.
as we mentioned the other night, that got in his phone calls when he had his real name. So he's from McMinnville, Oregon. So he used Mac Vinville.
Mac Vinville. Huh?
Yeah. So that was one, and then he also used his kids. Kind of used like 2 of his 3 children names together. But it worked. Nobody called him after that. Of course, if you don't have your real name on the grooming list, nobody's going to call you anyway.
Nobody's calling me. Glenn Kuiper.
Don't say that, man. You're going to start getting them at 3 in the morning. Huh?
That ain't happening.
You're not going to want that.
Want to know the count to Leonis Martin. Spins him back out of the way.
Now the fans are booing, but the bottom line, he turned around, he put his face in front of this fastball and really had the corner of the plate just a little bit high, but he kind of turned into it and then away. And the fans think that the ball was closer to his head.
And now it's 3-0. Mariners looking for a base runner. Right in there first time. Zunino to follow. 6 hits for the Mariners, 11 hits for the A's. And that one runs off the plate, and Martin works the walk.
Now Zunino hit a home run in the first game of the series on Thursday night against Liam Hendricks. Got ahead the fastballs, and then a couple of sliders missed, and a fastball towards the middle of the plate and up. And that does not want that to happen now. 2 strikeouts. Darrell Cotton got him with fastballs.
Martin, very fast runner. Don't know that he would be running here, but he does have 23 steals. Fastball was low.
And this was it. Turned out to be a big one. It put the Mariners up, able to add another run as the A's had the bases loaded in the 9th inning. Came up short, scoring just 1 run, and the Mariners winning by a score of 3-2.
Zunino takes that one for a strike on the outside corner. Looks like Doolittle getting loose out in the bullpen. She got Aoki and Smith and Cano at the top of the order, 3 straight left-handed hitters. Hoping it doesn't get to that point in this inning. Swing and a miss. Swung at a ball. Hard slider.
It's the old chase slider as Doolittle does get loose. But the slider that Zunino did not swing at on Thursday night with a couple of strikes, this time he goes after, and I think the best thing, try to stay away, which looks like Stephen Vogt's going to move out there.
Runner goes, throw to second base is not in time. Pitch was a ball. So Martin does run.
Well, and Stephen Vogt throwing great again, but not much of an opportunity. As a tremendous jump, but ball right on the line. And Vogt had to go down and get it, released it quickly, and still almost got it.
So number 24 in the stolen base department for Leonis Martin. 2-2 the count to Zunino. Marte to follow. Zunino, a good take that time. A lot of times you see a guy swing at a slider out of the strike zone early in the count, but then he has a better look at it later in the count.
Well, with 2 strikes, he should be. You're right, and we have talked about that a little bit too much, where they swing wildly, swing hard. They would miss a slider like that.
3-2, and he stayed with it, and Zunino swings and misses. 9 strikeouts for A's pitchers.
Oh, what a great pitch for Liam Hendriks to go back to it, and like Zunino was trying to duplicate what he did on Thursday, but did not get the fastball, stayed away with the slider, and there's the swing that really you'd think opposite field on the slider, but he got it, tried to pull it, no chance.
So 2 outs, and here's Ketel Marte. Marte is 0 for 2, reached on an air and struck out. Foul back to the screen, got a fastball. Martin, the runner at second, great speed. Outfield playing straight up. Davis shallow and left. And a quick 0-2, 97 miles an hour.
See him swinging those fastballs and foul them back, almost like you don't want to think about anything but the heater.
He's a little late up.
Yep. A little bit late.
Chase that one, and I guess would you agree, Ray, if you're late on a fastball away from you, you're going to be really late on a fastball that's anywhere near the mid to inner part of the plate,
and especially up too, and he may try to go up to the line a little bit. But good to see in left field Chris Davis playing very shallow for Marte. Something that Bob Melvin said that Mike Aldretti, the first base coach, outfield coach, has been doing, moving the guys in.
and he got it down and in, and a big strikeout for Liam Hendriks. So Hendriks gets 3 strikeouts in an inning and 2/3 of work, and we're on to the 7th. 6-4 A's. Mariners 6-4, and that is our good friend Walt Horn. And we found out yesterday before the game that Walt Horn is going to retire. And that kind of bums us all out, because he is one of the nicest gentlemen you could possibly meet in any walk of life. But Walt has been in this business for 39 years, Ray, and all 39 years have been with the Oakland A's organizations. How about that?
9 years at the big league level, and he just said it's time to go. And so we wish him the best. He is the best there is. He made the announcement yesterday, told the players, and I asked him about it. I'm sure you talked to him as well, and he said, I wasn't fired, I'm healthy, I just felt it's time to move on.
He wanted to do it on his own terms.
That's it, which is great.
Started back in 1978 with the A's, right out of college.
You think of 39 years in one organization, and fortunately for him, he got to the big leagues for 9 years, and I know talked to him, he became very emotional when he talked about getting to the big leagues, and he was very appreciative of Billy Beane, the A's organization, giving him the chance to spend 30 years in the minor leagues and then get to the big leagues for 9. And he is a gentleman. He will be missed.
Line drive, what a play by Marte, the shortstop. Ball almost took him into left field, but he hangs on. So Healy is robbed of a hit. Man, that was a shot.
It was a shot, and he jumped up and took him to the grass. But Ryan Healy shot up the middle for a base hit to drive in the 5th run, and this one, can't believe he caught it. That might have been a double if it hit so hard. Had to jump up, make his leap timely perfectly, and you can see Aoki in the background, so it probably would have been a base hit, but Marte robbed him.
So 1 out. Here's Chris Davis. Heck of a play by Ketel Marte. First pitch to Davis. Swings through it. Davis a walk, an RBI double, a run scored, and a strikeout. 1 for 2. His RBI double in the 3rd helped him get RBI number 101. There's Dulo. He's going to get the top of the order.
One of the biggest at bats, and granted, Chris Davis had the double, a ground rule double with Alonso driving in 2 runs following him. And boy, you think of the ground rule double, instead of driving in 2 runs, just 1. You got a ground rule double, but Alonso with a big at bat to drive both in, made it a 4-run inning.
Center field, Martin back, and that baby's gone. Just got over the wall in center, and the A's lead 7-4.
The strong man does it again. What a season for Chris Davis. What a season. Fastball upstairs, gone. And Vincent just trying to say, stay in. That look says it all. A little peek at the end. Martin could not get to it, and Chris Davis, a shot again. 4-0-1 straightaway center.
So Vincent is out. We'll have a new pitcher for the Mariners. A's add on another run. It's now 7-4 here in the top of the 7th.
full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. And by Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience TV.
So the A's lead the Mariners 7-4, top of the 7th inning with 1 out. Chris Davis, 42nd home run of the year. So he's hit 8 of those 42 against the Mariners. So most home runs in a season against the Mariners in Oakland A's history. Chris Davis on top.
So he's on top of the Rangers, on top of the Mariners.
So Evan Scribner takes over. Scribner, his 12th appearance, yet to give up an earned run. And he'll face Yonder Alonso and then Valencia. He's knocked out Hisashi Iwakuma in the 4th inning. He went 3 2/3, gave up 9 hits and 5 runs. So Iwakuma was trying to win his 17th game. That was not going to happen. So it's been Iwakuma, Storen, Nuno, Vincent, and now Scribner. Down to 3 more chances. Curves low. Manager Bob Melvin is going to join us after the game tonight.
And we hope it's a smiling, happy Bob Melvin. He's got to be really happy that his ball club, while Robinson Cano made it a 1-run game, he has seen his club come back with a run last inning. Joey Wendell with a base hit, and then Chris Davis in this inning.
Cano charges and grabs it in the air for the 2nd out.
Thought that's going to be a base hit in right field. I forgot Cano was playing shallow right. The shift, the shift, and how it changes a lot of things.
So Danny Valencia steps up looking for his first hit. He has struck out twice and grounded softly to 3rd. So he's had a quiet night. 2 for 7 in the series. "17 home runs for Valencia, 1 short of his career high. Last year he hit 18. This one is hit high in the air. Cano backpedaling. Cano waits, and that will do it. Chris Davis, home run number 42 on the season. So as we've hit the 7th inning stretch here at Safeco, it's the A's 7 and the Mariners 4. 2012. Grant Balfour strikes out the side. The A's beat the Rangers 4-3 and clinch a playoff spot. Well, 2 days later, they would win the West by finishing the sweep of the Texas Rangers. It was a good moment in A's history. So some changes for the A's as Doolittle comes on. Sean Doolittle, left-hander. And he'll get the top of the order. So Doolittle 2-3 with a good 2.61 ERA. 44 strikeouts in 38 innings. Bottom of the 7th. A's up by 3. So the first pitch to Nori Aoki is in for a strike.
A first pitch slider, no less.
That's Jake Smolinski, who is in the game now in right field. So Valencia is out. In the air, left center. Davis dives. It tips off his glove. It's picked up by Eibner, and Aoki is aboard with a leadoff double.
Backed it up with another slider, but this time Aoki with the pitch left up a little bit. He just slapped it to left field, and a little bit slicing back to Chris Davis, and Chris looked like he's going to catch it. Good angle, nice dive off the glove, and backing up was Eibner. That close to Chris Davis making a spectacular play.
So leadoff double, and now the pinch hitter is going to be Gutierrez for Smith. And with the big bats coming up, this now becomes a huge inning. A's leading 7-4. Hits one high in the air, playable for Eibner. Aoki's thinking about tagging, and he's going to try it. The throw comes in. It's a little bit late. So Aoki gets to third.
Now that's on his own. Not much Manny Acta could do for him as he saw that Eibner clearly was going to catch the ball. Eibner got back, charged in, but throw just a little bit offline. Aoki with very good speed, very smart base running to get to third base. Infield will play back and see if Doolittle could get Robinson Cano. A's have a 3-run lead, although he made it. Cano made it a 1-run game his last at bat.
There's the numbers. 1 for 16 against Doolittle. Cano tonight, strikeout, ground out, 2-run homer. A little bit inside. This was the home run in the 5th inning.
Pitch a little bit outside, but up, and Cano, while he does a good job going opposite field, he decided to pull that one into the right center field bleachers.
Nelson Cruz will be next. Just inside, 96 miles an hour, 2-0. So both fastballs a little bit into Cano. Stayed in there. Actually got jammed Cano just a little bit, and he broke his bat.
Almost like they don't want him to extend his arms like he did in his last at bat.
If you're just joining us, the Mariners have to win tonight. If the A's win this game, the Mariners are eliminated from postseason play. There's the wild card update. The Blue Jays and the Orioles are now tied for the 2 spots. Tigers a game and a half back, Mariners a game and a half back. So if the Orioles and the Blue Jays both win tomorrow, then they will be the 2 wild card teams. Pitch right there for a strike. 2-2.
Well, you have to figure after Aoki hit the slider, back-to-back sliders, 1 for a strike, 1 for a double, that Cano, seeing 4 fastballs, is going to get another one. I don't know that Doolittle will go back to his secondary pitch. Fastball in.
Foul back. Good challenge pitch.
Cano probably is the type of hitter, as we saw in his last at bat, that you try to elevate a fastball, he can handle it. Some hitters, once Doolittle pitches up in the zone, they swing through it, but Cano has that knack of using the whole field, which allows him to get on top of a pitch that normally other guys cannot.
Got in there again. This one fouled off his foot.
Straight down and
the top of the guard.
Yeah, unfortunately the guard was there.
Liam Hendricks went an inning and 2/3, no hits, no runs, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. So he did a very nice job. And what he did was he kept the Mariners off the board, and he allowed the A's to add a single run in the 6th and a single run in the 7th to extend a 5-4 lead to 7-4. Pitch, base hit center field. Aoki comes in to score, and it's 7-5. Robinson Cano gets RBI number 103.
And against a left-handed pitcher, stay with the fastball, and really from Cano's standpoint, he's a great hitter, but it helps to know that you're going to get nothing but fastballs, and it's just a matter of taking the first 2 the way he did, fouled off a couple, and takes the next one right back up the middle. Well, the Mariners aren't going to make it easy. So they've scored in 3 different innings. The A's have scored in 4. And trying to keep Nelson Cruz in the park.
Cruz, 2 strikeouts and a ground out. 0 for 3 tonight. Down and away, 96 miles an hour. Seager is the on-deck hitter. The crowd tonight, 29,522, and they're been worked up tonight. They're trying to help the Mariners save their season. Center field. Eibner's back. Eibner at the wall. Gone. So Nelson Cruz, a 2-run homer, and we're tied at 7 here in the 7th inning. Wow.
Well, the amazing thing is that Sean Doolittle You know, he went down, Kuip. I do not know if he's hurt, or maybe Bob Melvin's checking him, but he stayed down on his hands on his knees for a long time. Cruz, his first hit off of Sean Doolittle, and it happened to be just enough. It says Kurt Young going out, but Cruz got it just over the right center field wall. And a very excited Nelson Cruz, but Doolittle was down on, I mean, maybe he's just upset that he gave up the tying home run. With Eibner running out of room, this ball to right center, and that just shows you the power of these hitters.
So that's about as loud as I've heard this stadium in a long, long time.
You know, they started to cheer when Robinson Cano right before he got the base hit, and once that happened, and then Cruz stepped up and did that.
So still only one out as Seager hits. So Cruz, that was his 43rd home run of the year, and he's obviously had some big ones, but probably none bigger than that one. And 3 pitches. Seager strikes out. So that's the second out here in the 7th. So it started with the double by Aoki. Gutierrez was retired, but then the single by Cano knocked in a run. Cruz, a 2-run homer. Adam Lind, a single, a double, and a ground out. Slider for a strike. Lind does not get a huge amount of at-bats against left-handers. Usually Dae-Ho Lee would be in the game. Lays off the slider. Lind has just 49 at-bats against left-handed pitching. He's 12 for 49. Cishek warming up. Fastball 2-2.
Go back to Gutierrez, his second inning of this inning. He just missed his. The ball that went straight up and allowed Aoki to get to third.
Then taps it towards Simeon with the shift onside, retired. So the Mariners get a couple of huge hits. Nelson Cruz with a 2-run homer. So as we go to the 8th, we're now tied at 7. Top of the 8th inning, and Safeco Field is jumping. They got what they wanted in the bottom of the 7th inning, 3 runs to tie it up. Steve Cishek comes in for his 62nd appearance. Spent some time as the Mariners closer. He's going to face Maxwell, Eibner, and Joey Wendell. That's Ben Gamble, who is now in the game in right field.
Well, that's a defensive alignment for the Mariners late in the ball game, whether they have a lead or in this case a tie. And you'd have to think that if the Mariners had not tied the game in the 7th inning, they would not be in right now. But they did, and here they are.
No, the A's will have to try to bounce back. The Mariners led this game early 2-0 after 2. The A's came back. So a wild one tonight here in Seattle. Strike call to Maxwell, who has grounded out, singled, and he has struck out. He'll pop up toward third as Seager drifts into foul territory, 1 out.
And you hear this crowd tonight, and it's a good one, not sellout, but you can understand why clubs want home field advantage, just because of the noise factor. The A's put up 7 runs, but the Mariners 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning.
So Eibner's spot is going to be taken by Matt Olson. Pitch to Olson is outside, so Eibner was 1 for 3, doubled and scored in the 6th. Quick little slider from Cishek. That's his best pitch. He doesn't mind throwing it to left-handed hitters either. Down and in. Olson tried to stop his swing. So now he's got to regroup a little bit.
Actually, the first slider they took for a strike was better than the one he just swung at, but it looked fastball, got another slider. Shook off the slider to go the fastball away.
And he got him swinging. A little bit of an elevated fastball, so 2 outs here in the 8th inning.
Slider down and in, fastball up and away, and the usually patient Olson swung at a couple of pitches out of the strike zone.
So 2 outs. Joey Wendell swings at the slider and misses. Right now, the A's look a little anxious.
Yes, very.
Ryan Dole throwing for the Athletics. Swing and miss, 0-2. So slider in, fastball away. That's what you're going to get from Cishek. It's just a matter of trying to figure out which one's coming.
Yeah.
Felix Hernandez scheduled to start tomorrow. The crowd rises to its feet. 0-2 pitch, hit up the middle, base hit for Joey Wendell. So Cishek threw one right down the middle on 0-2. Joey Wendell is 3 for 4.
Boy, just after throwing the sliders, decided to try to do the same that he did to Olson, but left this in the middle of the plate. And Joey Wendell very calmly hit it back up the middle with Cishek falling over towards the first base side.
So the A's get their 13th hit on the night, and now back to the top of the order, Marcus Semien, who's 3 for 4. Slider away. Quick throw, and it's thrown away.
That's 2.
Joey Wendell's going to round second. Joey Wendell's going to end up at third with 2 outs. A's catch a break, and it was a big one.
Dino Cappy probably was not going anywhere.
He's not going to steal. I don't see that.
No, I mean, I'd like to think so, but I don't think he was, and I don't even know if he had a huge lead. It's just one of those courtesy throws to first, and it wasn't even close. So now that hard slider that you like to throw down, maybe takes that pitch away a little bit.
So the A's now with the need for a 2-out hit.
Well, off the line, the left-handed fielding first baseman, and Joey Wendell looking back saw the ball was there.
In the air, left center field, nobody's gonna get it. Up into the seats, Wendell scores, and it's 8-7 Athletics.
And guess what? If he doesn't go to third, he doesn't score because of the ground rule double. But Marcus Semien comes through huge with a hit. Joey Wendell with a 2-strike hit and a 2-out RBI double by Marcus Semien, give him a 4-hit night. And he hit it so hard that there's no way Martin could get to it. And for a pitcher who was near perfect with his pitches, fastball middle of the plate to Wendell for a base hit, and a hanging slider to Marcus Semien. And the error putting Wendell at third cost Cishek, because this ball is going to bounce into the seats on the warning track. A ground rule double, and Wendell would have had to stop at third had he still been at first. And there's your difference.
Cishek has nobody to blame but himself.
That's right.
Here.
That's exactly
really
right.
An unnecessary throw to first. He gave up an 0-2 hit to Wendell to start with. So the A's capitalize on a costly mistake at a costly time for the Mariners. Mariners can't afford to make any mistakes, and they just made a huge one.
Now Cishek's trying to throw it 150 miles an hour. The ball is running away. So with the left fielder, Aoki playing shallow, boy, it's important for Semien to get a good lead off second in case the ball is hit to left field.
Close pitch. Called the ball. Cishek wanted to know where it was. Edwin Diaz starts to throw. And now they're going to walk Vogt. He almost threw it away. Boy, this is where, I mean, if you're the manager, you really got to watch Cishek right now and think, I got to get him out of here.
He may do it right now. I think he's going to. He's going to bring the closer in.
0-2, nobody on. 1 strike away from getting the Mariners back in the dugout and holding momentum, and he couldn't do it. And this one's going to be a tough one for Cishek, but he made the big mistake. A's take advantage. So we got a pitching change. wild one.
Well, here it is. This is the difference. Why are you throwing to first? A bad throw. You put him in scoring position, not only to second, but to third base. If he had been at first, Marcus Semien is going to take advantage of a hanging slider from Steve Cishek. And the left center, Cishek down to his knees, hoping Martin could get to it. He's playing him in right center. He hangs the slider, pulls it to left center, and hits the warning track into the seats. And instead of being second and third and 2 outs, Wendell scores. And that's the difference in Kipe. Going back to April the 8th, Steve Cishek pitched Chris Coughlin inside, hit a home run. They lost 3-2. There's one of the games that they're going to look at. And why would you pitch a guy inside when he has a chance to hit a home run? He did. And he's actually swept that series at the beginning of the season. So the up and downs of the Seattle Mariners, and A's hope to hang on and make it an even bigger dagger.
Diaz now facing Healy. Healy is 1 for 4. Semien at second, Vogt at first. Mariners will have Martin, Zunino, and Marte, the bottom 3 in their order in the bottom of the 8th. Healy, an high fastball, fouled it straight back. So Diaz in. He is the closer, but if the Mariners do not win tonight, there will be no tomorrow for them. It'll be a game, but it won't mean anything. Pitch. Just got a piece of it to the backstop.
If you think about the way they're standing, a lot of things still going on to the final 162, but Adam Wainwright gets the start for the Cardinals, a very meaningful game. Matt Moore, newly acquired by the Giants. I think he's pitching tomorrow, isn't he, for San Francisco? And you have King Felix scheduled to pitch here. You got all those things happening back on the East Coast, and so still a lot to be determined as you go into game 162. And of course, a lot depends what happens in the next couple of innings here.
Fastball 99 miles an hour, and Healy strikes out, but the A's get a run, and it's a big one. Bottom of the 8th coming up. A's 8, Mariners 7.
It has been a wild one. The Mariners scored 2 in the second inning. The A's came back thanks to Alonso's 2-run double and made it a 4-2 game. The A's would add on again in the 4th, but the Mariners came back with the Robinson Cano 2-run home run. But the A's, the picket fence 6, 7, and 8, the 8th inning run unearned as Marcus Semien with Wendell aboard. He went to third because of the error. So all those good things happening for the Athletics, and they'll try to have Brian Doe pitch the 8th. And maybe add on some more runs, but right now 6 big outs the A's are trying to get to win this game in their 5-game losing streak, and game number 70 for Ryan Dahl. And it's been a great season for him, and he's trying to get 3 big outs here, and then see who tries to close it for the A's.
So Leonys Martin to lead it off. First pitch to Martin, not close. Martin, Zunino, and Marte.
Okay, to your point, I know you've said it, depending on the lineup, turning the lineup over. Well, we know what's going to happen the bottom 3. Of course, if Rindell can get the bottom 3, whoever comes out of ninth is going to have the top 3 and top of the batting order. It's important, though, right now to get the bottom 3.
Soft line drive. Healy grabs it. 1 out. Well, you're going to have to face Cano no matter what.
Exactly.
But if you can get the next 2 guys here, then you could possibly avoid Cruz and Seager. But if
and just thinking, Kite, they put Gamble and Heredia in, so I don't know who they decided to hit leadoff, but those 2 going defensively. So Aoki and Smith Gutierrez all out of the lineup right now.
That's a foul ball.
I did not hear the batting order, but figured they're both going to hit.
This is Sean O'Malley hitting for Zunino. So O'Malley, lots of speed, switch hitter. Takes that one, drop low. Missed outside. There's a pinch hitter, Mike Freeman, a left-handed hitter. He was in the on-deck circle. That's the Marte spot. Smolinski slides over to center. Olson stays in the game. He's in right. That's a strike. 2-2 to O'Malley. O'Malley lays off just barely. So he's worked the count full. Again, O'Malley, the guy you want to keep on. He is very fast.
He checked his swing and not even really close. Get the bat head back towards the umpire. Fastball away.
Came inside and O'Malley bounced it foul.
And there's one thing Ryan Dull, and maybe towards the end because he's now pitching in his 70th game, but he has missed location a couple of times lately. And I'd say lately when he's trying to go outside and then overthrown the pitch, it's inside, ended up in the inner half of the plate. It's caused some damage.
Alonso, nice hop, hustles to the bag, beats O'Malley, 2 outs.
That's huge. Make him put the ball in play. He did, and hit it on the ground. Okay, here are your September call-ups.
So this is Nick Freeman. Freeman has been up and down. He's been with the Mariners 3 times this year. First pitch is a strike. AAA hit .317 with a homer and 24 RBIs.
With the fastball.
Trying to figure out if, I mean, Marte?
I don't know. No surprising. Yeah.
Is he hurt or? I mean,
I probably
a little
not.
surprised.
Unless this kid's got more power, and they're looking for 1 hit, 1 home run.
2-1 now to Mike Freeman.
I understand going lefty with Zunino following Martin.
He was actually, excuse me, Greg, sorry, he was actually with the Diamondbacks for most of the year. did get to the Mariners organization, that's when he's been bounced up and down. Right now the count 2-2.
Heater away, staying away from the power hitter.
Straight back.
That needs the hitter, and
so another 2-2 pitch. Here it is. Foul back. He's keeping it away from him.
And really, this is what you want to do in these situations. You don't want to make a mistake and mention the Cishek home run or give up the home run to Coughlin earlier. You try to go inside, and hitters just react. I like to think. Slight.
And that one is flipped down the left field line, fair. Bangs off the side wall. So Nick Freeman with a big hit, a 2-out double. And that is the tying run, and here comes Nori Aoki. First double for Mike Freeman in his career. It just landed fair.
And he went to slider instead of, actually it stayed away, but he went slider. And the ball just inside the line.
Stephen Vogt going over it. Kurt listening in. Aoki goes back into the dugout, checks over the scouting reports. He heads up to home plate. Sucre coming in, the extra catcher, because Zunino was hit for. So a lot going on, and the Mariners have a chance to tie it. What a ball game.
And Kipe, I said that it was Heredia and Gamble came in.
Yeah, I don't think Heredia did not.
Yeah, I thought I heard them say that the two came in. I assumed that was their defensive alignment, but that was not the case, and the very tough Aoki is up. And I was hoping there's going to be somebody besides Aoki, because he is the type of hitter that usually puts the ball in play.
First pitch right down the middle for a strike. Maybe the best place to pitch Aoki.
Yeah.
A couple of hits tonight, 2 for 4. Fastball to right. Feels like the 9th. It's only the 8th.
Feels like the 7th game of the World Series.
It does. Well, you know what? It is for the Mariners.
For the Mariners, right.
1-1 pitch, strike called. Aoki can't believe it.
Now the fastball 3 away, and
that's a thank you.
That is a thank you. That is off the plate, and at that angle, so Stephen Vogt didn't move, but
he's catch a break there.
Yeah. Height was all right. The location outside and is something that you don't think about. But remember early, actually, the check swing by Aoki, the first batter. Pitch was inside, and you're tempted because everything away. You figure he's just going to try to slap the ball. Would they take a chance and run one inside right now? And there's not even going to be a sign. I think they talked about it. They're going to go straight to the pitch.
Lays off, so that's a pretty good take by Aoki. 2-2.
Here's Gamble. That went in for Smith and Gutierrez in the right field.
Aoki slap swing fouled on the left field line.
See, that's why you're tempted to go inside. As long as you can get it in, maybe even a two-seamer to bring it back. But pitches middle of the plate away. He just wants to slap the ball. And you got the off-speed pitch. from Doolittle his last at bat, the slider that he sliced into left field for the double.
Two pitch. Boy, laid off. That's a tough pitch to lay off, especially you think what's at stake, and he did.
Yeah.
Tying run at second base.
And you know, you don't have to give in to him. Try to get him to hit your pitch and maybe that same slider. See if he goes for it. And take your chances with Gamble, the on deck circle, even though this is the potential go ahead run at the plate now.
And it's down and in, and Aoki with a heck of it at bat. Laid off some decent sliders from Dull, and now there's 2 on, 2 out, and here's Ben Gamble. So the on-deck hitter is Robinson Cano.
You can pitch carefully to Aoki, not to this batter. Totally different approach to Gamble.
Gamble lofts one down the left field line, foul. So Dull jumps ahead. And what this does guarantee, Ray, is what we were hoping would not happen is whatever happens here, you're going to have to face Cano, Cruz, and Seager. Pitch very close.
That was better than the one he called on Aoki.
I think it was.
It looked like it's closer to the plate. It looked like, of course, the height was okay.
Line drive, base hit right field. Here comes Freeman. Here comes Olsen's throw to the plate. It's late, and the Mariners have tied it again. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That is unbelievable. 2 outs. 2 outs. A hanging slider to put a runner at second. And then a base hit. Olsen, a strong arm, but unfortunately, it's the speed. And Freeman scores. Head down, scoring all the way, or at least running all the way. And now you do have to face a man right now with the game on the line.
Wow. Well, whatever happens, Ray, this is one of the best games of the year as far as sheer excitement.
I agree. Yeah.
Man. So Cano steps up. Aoki at third. Gamble at first. And the game is on the line. And for the Mariners, the season is on the line.
Got to put him on.
Wow. They're going to go after Nelson Cruz. How about that?
Remember in Texas, they did it with Sapczynski walking Adrian Beltre, and Sapczynski hit Odor. That was in the 9th inning. This is the 8th. But it's one way to get guys out of the line.
That's true.
Out of the way. But this is respect. This is respect. If you're going to intentionally walk Robinson Cano, and really the important run is at third base. So this move by Bob Melvin, this is the 2nd time that he's done it. And it's righty on righty to a very good hitter.
That hitter would be Nelson Cruz, who hit his 43rd home run of the year in the 7th inning. That tied the game. You want drama? We got it for you right here. This is about as good as you're going to get for a regular season game. And this place is rocking. So Aoki at third, Gamble at second, Cano at first, Cruz steps in. Ryan Dull has thrown 31 pitches here in the 8th inning. First pitch, and Cruz chased a slider way out of the strike zone.
Slider, and Stephen Vogt with those sliders, and you're going to try to get Cruz a chase. And and how many times have we seen it? First three at bats, 0-2, 0-2, 0-2, strikeout, strikeout, 5-3, 2-0. His fourth at bat, 2-run home run. And he is one hitter that shortens up with 2 strikes. Yep. He is not one to swing hard to get in that category of strikeouts. He's hit a lot of home runs, but as far as the strikeouts, and with a changeup and a fastball, did Jarrell Cotton way back to get into the game.
Yeah, there you go, Ray. That swing is a lot different than the first 2 swings.
Exactly. This is on a 2-0 fastball, and Nelson Cruz to right center. That would tie it. A's would take the lead again thanks to Steve Cishek. And then the Mariners have tied it again. So back and forth.
Go-to pitch, and that one was a little more of a hittable slider.
Yep. You know, one of the things too, Kike, that you think about it, it's a fastball inside that if you jam a power hitter, he can get the ball over the infield. I mean, they're playing back respect to the power of Nelson Cruz, but that's one of the problems if you think inside to this hitter versus Aoki.
It's got him swinging. So Cruz chased 3 pitches that were not strikes, and Dull gets the strikeout, but the Mariners tie it up. Ben Gamble with a 2-out RBI hit. So 9th inning coming up. It's an 8-8 game. Western Conference champion Sharks will soon be back on the ice. Sharks hockey returns October 15th to CSN California. The home of the authentic Sharks fan is CSN California. Wild ball game tonight. It's 8-8 A's Mariners. We have reached the 9th inning. Diaz stays out there. Edwin Diaz. He'll face Davis, Alonso, and Valencia. First pitch runs way inside.
You know, one of the things is you see some defensive alignment changes. Sean O'Malley is the shortstop. Jesus Sucre is the catcher. But the one thing that I've seen in the past, and I've seen it with closers, and we'll see what happens with Diaz. He's a very good young closer.
Bounce to the right side. Cano ranging far to his left makes a nice play. And Davis off the crack of the bat looked like he may have a base hit, but Cano got over there.
Well, he didn't have to leave his feet either, and of course good range by Cano, kind of anticipated maybe, and of course a little flip to the side and very strong throw. But there are times that a closer comes in the 8th inning, as Diaz did, and when the adrenaline gets a huge out, and sometimes sitting down he's not as effective coming out the next inning. But that's a big out for Diaz to get Chris Davis.
Cano playing way out in shallow right field, charges, and Alonso's return.
Guys don't even have enough time to catch their breath. 3 pitches, 2 outs.
Well, you think about the outcome of this game and what it means to the Mariners. Again, if they lose, their season is done. Postseason, they're eliminated. If they win, they will be 1 game behind the Orioles and the Blue Jays. 1 game behind. And we are headed to the bottom of the 9th, folks. 4 pitches by Diaz is all he needed. My suggestion to you would be to put your seatbelts on. Bottom of the 9th coming up. Madsen comes in. It's been Cotton, Hendricks, Doolittle, Dahl, and Madsen. Hendricks was good out of the bullpen. Doolittle gave up 3 runs. Dahl gave up 1. All right, Madsen has the tough task of getting this to extra innings. He's going to face Seager, Lind, and Martin, 3 left-handed hitters.
Well, it's not often, but a lot of things aren't often when it comes to games like this. Your closer comes in on the road at a tie game. Sometimes it's your best guy to try to get you back in the dugout. That's what Bob Elm is hoping for. And we've seen it twice this year where a hitter has been intentionally walked to load the bases. In a walk-off situation, or at least a game in which a hit would plate the go-ahead run. And it did in Texas, not here.
Seager is 1 for 4, single, fly out to right, and a pair of strikeouts. But right now he's sitting in a hitter's count. Shift is on. Healy playing the shortstop spot. Outfield very deep. Olsen a couple steps from the warning track in right field. 3-0.
I think the amazing thing, Kai, is in the top of the 9th inning, Diaz threw 4 pitches and got 3 outs. 3 easy ground ball outs.
Now you could almost send him back out there if this game goes to extra innings.
Exactly right.
And that's a huge deal for the Mariners.
I mean, sure, well, they have to your point, that it's do or die for them. So why not send your best out again? And the A's helped by swinging at their pitches early. And really, Davis's ground ball that Cano handled to his left was the only tough one.
And Seager takes a little bit high, and it's a 4-pitch walk to open up the bottom of the ninth. So that's not what you wanted to see. That's 5 walks now by A's pitchers. And here comes Adam Lind.
The problem here, you've got Adam Lind after 4-pitch walk to Seager. You got 4 pitches not close, actually close, but up high. This guy might not wait for him one.
That's perfect. Another strike. Oh for 6 with a walk against Madsen. Tonight, Lind is 2 for 4, single, double, and he has grounded out twice. And that one's hit high in the air towards Smolinski. Seager will go back. He'll bluff a tag, and he'll stay at first. So big out there as Lind flies to center.
That's a big comeback. This is what the A's do not want to see. Leonis Martin against Ryan Madsen here. And Madsen jumping up and down. This was end of May, and that was a big one. So the one that Cishek gave up earlier, Leonis Martin made up for it. And the Mariners just have really had the A's number this year. 2006, when the A's won the division, winning the game here. But a lot of things have changed since then.
First pitch to Martin, way inside. Saw that home run. Just showed it to you. Overall 3 for 4. Sean O'Malley, the switch hitter, is in the on deck circle. Missed again inside. That's holding on a little bit.
Overthrowing. Trying to compensate for the high fastballs to Seager. King Felix scheduled for tomorrow. A.O. Lee probably being against Sean Manaea.
Sets up outside. And the pitch is ripped to right field. Coming in is Olsen, and he makes the catch.
It's impressive for the youngster in right field. Ball hit hard, but nice play by Matt Olsen to be able to charge the ball. He's been playing first base and right field. Comes up here, goes into right field. And Martin thought he had a chance to get at least a base hit, but Matt Olsen, nice charge and a nice play.
So 2 outs. Here's O'Malley. Fastball away.
They catch there's nobody losing in the Mariners bullpen.
And there shouldn't be. O'Malley, left field, base hit. Little inside-out swing by O'Malley. So 2 on, 2 out, and the winning run is now at second base. Sucre is the scheduled hitter. Sucre, so far this season, is 12 for 25.
Now O'Malley just waited back and let the ball travel and found the hole shortstop.
So here comes Sucre. It'll be his first at bat. Jesus Sucre. Spent quite a bit of time on the disabled list this year. Chance to be a hero. And they're going to give him first base. Stephen Vogt talking with Marvin Hudson. Sucre, the second catcher. They do have Chris Iannetta as a third catcher. So
you got a right hand is what he's talking about. Maybe underneath the bat. Stephen Vogt coming out behind saying foul ball. But I don't think they're going to buy it. You're right about the first of all, they would not have pinch hit for Zunino if they did not have the third catcher.
Yeah, that's
September baseball. So all that plays into it right now with Chris Iannetta, who was signed by the Mariners. Mike Zunino went to AAA.
All right, it's going to be Nori Aoki again.
Great. And this time they can't pitch around it.
No, they cannot. Sucre is going to stay in the game. Seager's at third. O'Malley's at second. Sucre's at first. 2 outs. The only guy that matters is Kyle Seager at third base.
And there's no reason to play deep in left field, center field, or right field. Especially the way Aoki approaches. And right now, he had a home run last night, but say more than anything right now, he's just going to try to slap the ball, which means that if you're an outfielder, you won't be able to catch a ball that's in the air shallow.
First pitch hit hard. Nice hop to Wendell, who flips to second, side retired. So Aoki went after the first pitch. He hit it hard, but right at Joey Wendell, and we got extra innings in Seattle.
That app. Stay up to the moment any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com and bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and your tablet.
So it's an 8-8 game, and it's the top of the 10th inning. 26 hits total, 16 runs total. Plenty of excitement for both teams. And for the A's, it'll be Maxwell, Olson, and Wendell. 3 youngsters against Edwin Diaz. Diaz, as Ray mentioned, threw just 4 pitches to get 3 outs in the 9th inning. He came in and got the final out in the 8th inning. So he's pitched an inning and a third, but only 9 pitches so far.
Yeah, 4 to get the strikeout. And he's not lost anything.
The other night, Ray, he was a little wild with his fastball, but when he needed the big pitch, he went with his slider.
And you think back to that game, the A's second and third, down by 2, nobody out, and scored only 1 run and lost a 1-run game.
Maxwell is 1 for 4. He singled back in the third. Chased a high fastball. Diaz is pitcher number 7 for Seattle. A's have used 5.
Simeon hoping for another at bat. If he does in this inning, there's going to be a runner on base. He has 4 hits tonight.
That one is drilled toward left center field. Aoki on the move. He's not going to get it. And Bruce Maxwell with a leadoff double here in the 10th.
Well, he can pinch run. He has Matt McBride. Of course, he's the DH, but also a catcher. But fastball, and this is a matter of a pitcher really providing the power. I think Bob Melvin's got to be looking for somebody maybe to pinch run. We shall see. The ball slicing, but no chance for Aoki to get the ball. And it is going to be Pinder running for him. So Bruce Maxwell, a good opposite field double, his second hit of the night. Both hits to left field. So here comes Mel Stottlemyre Jr. again.
So Bruce Maxwell has a good night. He's 2 for 5.
Look at one of the things that Skipper's talked about. Bunting, sacrificing, doing the important things late in the ball game when you need to advance a runner. And so Eibner tried Anaheim, was not successful. Diaz is not the easiest to bunt on. But in the case of Olsen, he's a patient hitter. If he's going to swing and needs to try to pull the ball, that might be hard to do with the guy that throws mid to 90s.
So Dan Altavilla throwing, a right-hander out in the bullpen for Seattle. So Olsen steps in. Olsen struck out in the 8th inning. First pitch swing and miss. That one running in. Olsen.
Well, he tried to pull it, but this fastball really coming in, and he opened up and at least had in his mind to try to pull the ball. What a time to get your first major league run batted in.
Close pitch. A little bit low.
Tell you, this might have been the best pitch to pull.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And he took it. Of course, Olsen very patient. But you want to pull and you get an off-speed pitch coming into you. That is the best to try to pull the ball to the right side. Yeah.
I agree with you. He's had two pitches to do that.
And the one fastball, but the 2 sliders. Now this one, again, if you're going to open up with the first pitch fastball, go ahead and hit the top hand roll over, because it's situational hitting. He's going to come a good fastball probably now.
High fastball, got it. So Olsen strikes out.
See, and those are the little things right there.
Yep.
That just makes it tough, because they're young players, but this is the experience that they need to gain doing the little things to help win a ball game. And that's advance and run. Infield would have to come in. Now they can stay back. And now it's basically just trying to get hits to drive in the run.
So here's Joey Wendell. He's had a big night. 3 for 4. 3 singles. He's scored twice. He's knocked in a run. Slider catches the outside corner. Wendell's been all over the place in this game. Pinder is the pinch runner. Outfield is slid around toward left center and shallow. There's a drive right center field, up the alley. That's going to give the A's the lead as Pinder comes around to score. And Joey Wendell to second. He stops there, and the A's lead 9-8.
And a 4-hit night for Joey Wendell. And a big run batted in following the Maxwell and a quiet house here in Seattle. Fastball after going slider, 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 fastball, and Joey Wendell pulled it right center, thinking 3, stopped at second. And the Mariners get into the ball quickly. Pinder seeing the ball is going to land. He's going to be able to score easily. So Matt Olson off the hook thanks to the big hit by Joey Wendell. What a night for Joey Wendell.
So he has not been here very long, but he's got 2 4-hit games.
Okay, how about the 2-run single against Mike Moran of the Angels at the Coliseum? That was the game winner, and the A's are hopeful that this could also be the game winner. And Daniel Coulombe was up. Madsen pitched the 9th. This is the 10th, and Coulombe was sat down.
Well, it's Gamble, Cano, and Cruz. Those are the 3 scheduled hitters. 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Well, Marcus Semien, he's got 4 hits.
Yeah. And that's
Strikes out for the 7th.
slider. Same slider he struck out back in the 6th inning. So the picket fence continues for the A's. 1 in the 4th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and now the 10th. And how sweet it would be to have a crooked number in this 10th inning instead of just the 1.
First pitch to Vogt. And now he's going to that slider. And he's probably wished he would have thrown one to Joey Wendell, because the fastball is really right down the middle.
Center cut.
Outfield again shifted toward left center. Vogt is 1 for 4 with a single and a walk. Drive to right. Gamble's back. Gamble at the wall, and he's got it. Vogt just missed it. So A's get a run. Joey Wendell with a big hit, and we are going to the bottom of the 10th. Gamble, Cano, and Cruz to hit. A's up by 1.
Scoring double to right center field, and scoring Pinder, who pinch ran for Bruce Maxwell, who doubled to left center. So Joey Wendell, his 4th hit of the night. And what a game this has been. 9-8 again, 1-run lead, 16 hits for the A's, 1 error. And the Mariners, can the A's put them to bed for good tonight?
Here's Ben Gamble. First pitch is in first strike. Gamble, Cano, and Cruz for the Mariners. He's up the middle with 4 hits each, 8 for 11.
What a night.
And Ryan Madsen.
Let's hope that Madsen just got loose in the 9th inning, and now with the lead can win it in the 10th.
And Gamble, base hit left field.
Can't anything be
I am
easy?
not surprised. So Gamble got a pitch up and out over the plate, and he lined it to left. So a couple of big hits for Ben Gamble tonight.
Well, this is great hitting going opposite field with a pitch up in the zone, and so you're seeing some young players on both sides really contributing in this game.
Think about it, Ray. They see the Mariners tied the game in the 8th inning, but they had the bases loaded in the 8th with 2 outs. They had the bases loaded in the 9th with 2 outs.
Yep.
The A's have given up some runs. They've also got some big outs late. But now the 3 biggest are yet to get. And here's Cano. Cano is 2 for 4. 2-run homer, RBI single. He has also walked and scored twice. Never had a hit against Madsen.
And one thing you know with this part of the lineup, there will not be a sacrifice. But a wild pitch.
So that pitch badly in the dirt. Not a lot Vogt could do. And now the tying run is at second base with nobody out.
You go from absolutely no chance of these 3 walking or sacrificing, but you may walk him now, as they walked him intentionally his last at bat to load the bases. And they're going to pitch to it. That was a wild pitch. That was a spiked curveball with no chance for Stephen Vogt.
1-0 to Cano. You see the defense really shifted in the outfield. And Cano taken all the way, it looked like, and catches the inside corner for a strike. Cano, not sure he agreed with it. That stuff doesn't seem to bother Robinson Cano a whole lot.
Not a thing.
Cano, a little fist shot toward Healy. Healy looks at second, throws to first, and they get the big out on Cano. Gamble thought about trying to go to third, and he stopped.
And he's smart that he did stop, because he would have been out by plenty. Worst case, I mean, they would have gotten a rundown, but Robbie Cano jammed seriously, and the fastball in. They wanted to go up, instead got it in, which was perfect. And Gamble coming down the line, started, stopped, and he would have run right into Ryan Healy, and Healy looked him back and then got the out at first.
So that is a huge out, because Cano did not make it a productive out.
And that's surprising. That is real surprising. I mean, he might have hit a ball hard to left field, not scoring the run, but he thought he would at least advance the runner.
Here's Cruz. Cruz swings through a high fastball.
Well, stay upstairs, and Cruz likes the pitch down, as we have seen, unfortunately, too much.
A couple of hits off Madsen. Cruz tonight is 1 for 5. He hit that 2-run homer in the 7th. He has also struck out 3 times.
The one pitch that Madsen does not have is the slider, that dull throwing to strike him out. It's more of a curveball, changeup, fastball that he throws. Got a little cutter also, but not the real big slider.
He got one to pit there. See, I think Nelson Cruz is, something's not quite right.
He's right on that one.
Yeah,
but you're right.
Ball away. It just looks like when he swings, he's grimacing a little bit. Maybe it's that, if he swings and misses, or maybe fouls it back.
Exactly.
I don't know if it's his hand or his wrist.
Well, that may be they try to go upstairs again, see if they can get a fastball up.
And that one off Madsen, rolls toward Alonso, who picks it up, and they tag Cruz. Wow. And that ball hit right up the middle. It was hit pretty hard. Madsen says, "I'm okay."
I don't think it was going to go into center field, but the fact that it played a little bumper pull right over to Alonso, any place other than going to Alonso off the foot of Matson, probably would have been a base hit. I don't know that anybody could have thrown him out. And
so runner at third, 2 outs, and the Mariners' entire season sits on the shoulders of Kyle Seager. Tying run at third. Seager takes a fastball right there for a strike. Seager tonight is 1 for 4 with a single and a walk. One pitch toward left center. This should do it. And Smolinski grabs it, and the A's have won the ball game. And they had to work for it, but they're going to win it. And the Seattle Mariners have been eliminated from postseason. So it is clearly one of the most entertaining games of the season. And the A's hang on. So lots of heroes. Those two gentlemen had a combined 8 hits. And we can all take a deep breath.
a huge deep
So
breath.
one more game to play tomorrow, but the A's will enjoy this one for a very short time. It took 4 hours and 1 minute. 4 hours and 1 minute in front of 29,522, and those faces tell it all as the Mariners had a chance to go into the final day